Okay.
Cindy coming in this morning?
As far as I know.
Ramona?
Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
I can't see y'all.
And see you.
Oh, yeah. I was going that way. All right, we're live.
Can you see this now?
I sure can.
Charlie, let me know when you were ready for me to bring a person in.
I will do that.
Who are we doing first?
6:20.
Okay. Got it.
Oh.
If you've got it. Oh my goodness.
You have to pull the little thing off, the
Oh.
brand new. Pull the little.
A little nib off. Don't break your nail, so you need to do it.
Maybe that's what was wrong.
I'll check it.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, sure enough.
Throwing our $100 pens away.
Yeah, I see that.
What, more expensive ones. Stick them on there, try them out. They go, man, those aren't even better than the old ones. And they had a cover on.
That's right, plastic cover.
That I had to take off.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Good morning. Okay, well, you can go ahead.
Here we go.
Call to order the appraisal review board. Tuesday, July 6th, 2020. We have a quorum,
Yeah, July 7th.
July 7th.
Yes, sir,
Oh,
Chairman, we have a quorum.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Hey, Ramona.
Good morning.
Who is this one?
Miss Nowak?
Yes.
Hello, Mr.
Is
Nowak.
it pronounced Nowak?
Yes, this is Patrick Nowak.
Right, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. We're gonna have to go through a little administrivia here before we get started, so just bear with us.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2020-620, account 25456. This hearing is being recorded. We're the Appraisal Review Board. It'll be hearing your protest today. At the table are myself, Charles Powers, Secretary Cindy Duck, Ramona LeBlanc is here by Zoom, Kathy Hoffman, and Robert Dayton. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Patrick, do we have all of your evidence?
I believe so. I sent the affidavit in.
Okay, just checking. IRB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I'll begin with I, Charles Powers. Do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code.
I do.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of text code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Deck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Romano LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Valerie Smith. I am the notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Patrick, I'm assuming that since you signed the affidavit, you'll be under oath for the duration of this hearing. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you. Wait a minute.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I'm the district representative, sir.
Patrick, do you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No.
Okay. On page 5 of the package that was sent to you by the district, there's a hearing procedures times chart. Do you have that in front of you?
I'm looking at the affidavit.
It's okay if you don't. Let's just.
Okay, no, I really don't have it. I know the appraised value though.
Okay, well, we'll walk you through the steps in the process.
Okay.
First question is, do you want to go first or do you want the district to go first?
It doesn't matter to me either way.
You need to choose.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Certainly. Subject property is Kentucky Beach Home Condominiums, Unit 602. It's currently has an appraised value of $267,530 is what I have. You'll notice on our imagery here, on our evidence, the 2019 value had a value that was commensurate with an incomplete or not complete structure, and now it's complete. We have 267,530 is the valuation. You can see our pictometry imagery, which is the imagery that from above, it's just an aerial image, sir, that we have there. You can also see that on the next.
Which unit is?
Which unit is it, please?
It's unit number 600. It's unit number 602.
Where's that?
I'll point it out in just a moment.
Okay.
Let me just go through my comp grid. So here you have the subject is 2292 North Fulton Beach Road, Unit 602. You can see that the other units here, for comparison, this one's a waterfront condo. The comp number 2, comp number 1 and comp number 2 are dry, so they're in that interior unit. They're going to be one of the non-waterfront condo sales. Those sold for $218 and $222 respectively. You'll notice that one of the major factors when you're looking at comparisons is just the differences of condominiums. When associated with or when compared with the subject property, those give values of $257, $218, and $261, $249 respectively. Comp number 3 is just another comp of a waterfront home that's, comp number 3 is another bayfront condominium. It is most like the subject from the standpoint that it's on the water, and that particular property sold for $323,175. Gives an indicated value of $242 when compared with the subject. For comp equity,
The only box check.
oh yeah, for reference, the only box checked for the protest is incorrect market value. you can see that the comp equity is supported in our grid, but it's not checked, so it is not under protest. Even with our own evidence, you can see that the subject property is at 267. With our own evidence, you can see a warranted change from the median value of 257 to 18 of about $10,000 there. And attached is the sales ratios grid of condominiums within the, it looks like within the entire county. And that's all I have for evidence.
Well, first of all, you say it's waterfront. It's waterfront, but it's not bayfront. It's harbor.
That's
water.
correct. And there's an adjustment for that.
I was not aware of the $300,000 sale. When was that? Did that occur?
It's in your possession. It's right there. Let me look at it again for you.
I can't see the.
Well, it was mailed to you, sir. So it's
Okay.
in your possession. So it looks like it was 9 of 19.
Of course, all of this appraisal was before the coronavirus and the oil crisis in Texas, correct? It's on January the 1st, as of January 1st?
Yes, we have a January 1st appraisal date. That's correct, sir.
So would you not take into consideration the coronavirus and the oil crisis in Texas in lowering that estimate? I could not even rent my condo last week and over the July the 4th weekend, if you can believe that.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, is he there?
He said yes.
Oh, okay. You have a minute more for cross-examine, and then you have your 5 minutes for presentation. And before he begins his presentation, I would like for us to see, go ahead, sir, you've got 1 more minute, but I would like to see his unit and the other units.
All I'm saying is I think the appraisal was before the coronavirus pandemic and the oil crisis in Texas, both of which would deflate the value, in my opinion. As I said previously, I was not even able to rent my condo last weekend, July the 4th weekend, which is probably the most popular weekend in the year. It was rented, then they closed the beaches and people canceled. And that's all I have to say, really.
Okay, and so do you want to use your 5 minute presentation time or not?
No, that's all I have to say, really.
Okay, so I would, like I said, I'm requesting that we're shown his unit on that photography, please.
I believe the subject property owner indicated that he was one of the harbor front, so he's facing the little harbor in the back. It's either this or this building. The comps that were used, comp number 1 and comp number 2 for the sales were actually in this building, and one of the other comps was in the bayfront buildings for these 3. So comp number 1 and 2 here, comp number 3 is either one of these 3 because it's on the bayfront, and his unit is back here. And they're all appropriately adjusted in our grid.
Okay, all right, so he said he doesn't want his presentation time, so you have you have 2 minutes to cross-examine. And 2 minutes for.
I just want to verify that your subject property owner has indicated that he was going to rent it. So I just want to verify that it was complete on January 1st of this year. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, it was, yes.
Okay. That's it. Say continuation is that even with our evidence, there is a warranted change of about $10,000 here. So that's all I have. It's from 267 down to 257.
Okay, sir, you've got 2 minutes for Mr. Nowak. You have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So what you're basically saying is you're willing to go down to 257?
Yes, our evidence points to 257, 218.
Well, I'd certainly like to get it lower than if it's 218 to 257.
No, it's your value is 267. Our evidence at the districts indicates that your value should be 257, 218, 250.
I see. Okay, I understand you now. Okay, I suppose I'll be satisfied with that.
Okay, so, all
Well, it
right,
was-
so did I understand you correctly that $257,210 sounds that you're agreeable to that, you believe that is an appropriate value?
Would you repeat that, please?
Yes, sir. $257,210.
Again, I'm having a little bit of hard time. Is it 257 or 267?
257.
I got it. Okay. So it's going from 267 down to 257, correct? And basically $10,000.
Yes, sir. And I am asking you, did you agree that that is an appropriate, you believe that's an appropriate appraisal value?
I would be satisfied with that, yes.
Thank you. Then I make a motion based upon what we've heard from the appraisal district and from the property owner that on account number 25456, the current 2020 value of $267,530 be adjusted down for the 2020 value to be now $257,210. And I believe that that appropriately takes into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That's it, Patrick. Thank you very much. This hearing
Thank
is
you very
closed.
much. I appreciate your time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right.
Next up is case number 587.
Okay. 587.
It's on page 1, it's the second one. Twelfth Street is across the highway.
Miss Nguyen, are you here? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
You hear me? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah.
When?
Yes.
What exactly are you protesting?
Huh? I cannot hear you good.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Can you explain to me, please, what exactly are you protesting?
The protest is because the tax this year, I don't know, they let me know that it's too high. It's like double because my journal is nothing there. It's like almost it's there of like it's no good already. So I mean like before I compare with like before like the couple of years I just moved over here, my journal is like only 100 something for tax, and it go up and go up. Then it must be like bad, but right now it's go up almost to 1,000 like that. It no, I would like to view and look at it and do it for the right thing for me because I think it's not right.
Okay. Sounds like it's value, sir.
You're willing to accept it as a value statement? I mean, how about this check?
Yeah, I understand that. That's why you're asking the question.
Yeah,
But from,
Can we look at her evidence
Yeah,
real quick,
well,
just to
no,
kind of see?
no.
No, it sounds like
well,
she's
let's make a
valued.
decision. Do you want to take this on? I mean, there's no boxes checked.
Okay,
Do you want to give her the hearing?
I will say that if a person, and let me, this is, ma'am, I'm just talking to the ARB. My name is Mike Soto. I'm the district representative. I'm just talking to the ARB at this point. In years past, I have asked my attorney, if somebody turns in a protest and they don't check any of the boxes, what is assumed? And what's assumed is market value.
Market value?
Yeah.
also, if you look at her affidavit of evidence, that the first box is checked.
All right, I
So
accept.
I
Okay,
think we
Ms.
need to
Nguyen?
clarify though that that's,
Ms.
Yes.
Nguyen? Okay, we had a little discussion of procedure. We're gonna proceed with your protest. We have some administrative things to do first, so just bear with us, okay?
Well, just stay with you.
We're opening a hearing on 2020-587. Account four.
What number? Can you say again? It's hard to hear when all the people have the speaker.
Miss Nguyen,
Yes.
can you hear me? What we're doing right now is reading the paperwork that we have that's necessary to listen to your case. So
Yeah.
so hold on just a second. Let us finish up our paperwork part, and then we'll listen to you and the district tell us the story, okay?
Yes. You know,
Okay, hold
I
on.
hope you understand. Yeah. Can I say
Just hold-
something? I hope
Oh, no,
you
just stay right
understand.
there. Ma'am, hold on
Yes.
just a minute, okay?
Okay, I hold it. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
This hearing is
Charlie?
recorded. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. At the table is myself, Charles Powers, Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Dayton, and via Zoom is Ramona LeBlanc. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Mr. Nguyen,
Yes.
do we have all of your evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll start. I, Charles, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Valerie Smith. I am the notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Ms. Nguyen.
Yes.
Ma'am, since you signed the affidavit, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing. Do you understand what that means?
Oh, I am sorry. I'm really don't understand. I have a problem. That's why on the paper to send for me. I don't check and or mark anything on there because I'm not sure I understand. So I just here today is to hope all of you understand, try to help me do the right thing on my property. So I just let me know like the easy word for I can understand. When you say something like that, I really not sure I understand all what you said too. Please help me, please.
Ms. Nguyen,
Yes.
What I'm saying is, do you know what it means to be under oath?
Under oath, what under oath?
under oath means that you're going to be telling us the truth about what's going on with your property.
Oh, like we plan like right now my husband and me still working, and we when until my husband retire and he will do something on that. So it's not right now because we working right now, and we try to save some money for save that property. If we sell it now, and we will use all the money, but we don't have money to do something on that right now. But we really want to keep that property right now.
Okay, Ms. Nguyen.
Ms. Nguyen?
Yes.
I want you to tell your story. What is it that you think is wrong with the appraisal? And just tell your story.
I'm sorry, I need to swear in.
Oh, just a minute.
My name is Michael Sutter. I do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay. Ms. Nguyen,
Yes.
could you please tell us what your problem is? What's your protest? What's wrong with the appraisal?
Because it's you see it's too high. Like last year I paid 900 something, this year 900 something. Is it not right at all? And I compare with the people around. I know, and you don't bring it at all. It's the same, and that's why I said it's why my property is go up like that.
Okay, so I understand that your property went up, and that's what you're disturbed about, right?
Yeah, that because it's my trainer there is nothing. It's a bad. It's ugly. It's a no good. It's a bad one in my area too. In around my property. So I mean, why it's so high like that? So I mean, I really want to like you do something, do it right, because you don't think that why I keep that, because we give it, we don't have money to do nothing. We save it later, and also right now we working. We don't have time to look at that, And also like after the hurricane, it's some damage a lot, and we cannot fix it either. We don't sell nothing. So and also in front, in front for my car, I always have a roof there. It flew away from after the hurricane, and you know that already. We don't have right now. We don't put anything fixed on that because we know the trainer cannot move no more. It's like if we move and it stay up all. So, so I don't know why what to think about. Like you bring my property. It's up high like that. I'm happy later I can sell good, but I want to keep that. I want to keep that for my I have 4 children. For maybe they can take care of us for some reason. I don't know. So I just hope you. We are working hard. We pay tax. We are a good person too. But we cannot do something right now. And I hope that we're still working. We're working for living. I don't know what to say right now. My English is not good enough to tell what I feel right now. I think right now. Please just understand. Just help me.
We understand what you're saying. Your English is just fine.
Thank you. You make me cry.
You're doing a great job, Miss Wen.
Still have some.
That is,
Can I ask a question? Ms. Wen, is
Yes.
this trailer that you own, is it habitable now? Is there anybody living in it?
What you just say? I really don't understand either. Oh, I'm sorry.
Does anybody live in there?
Is somebody what?
Living in there?
Oh, right now I have the person asked me because he said that if you don't let me know, let me stay there, and I have nowhere to live. I used to get the people live free for that. No, after hurricane, I get how many homeless people live in there for free, and I always had tried to help the people like that because it works, you know, and they happy. So I mean, like, I try, like, if the people really need it, I let them stay, but it's been no good too. I mean.
okay.
No, that's a
We're gonna let
storage facility.
we're gonna let the district talk about it now, okay?
What you mean?
We're gonna
He
have
needs to listen.
you just need to listen for a while the tax district
Yeah.
makes their, okay? They're gonna tell you why it went up.
Okay, the
You
subject property
Yeah.
is 116 North 12th Street in Fulton.
Yes.
The land value went up west of 35. You would ask yourself the question why. The sales indicate, if you look at the value of the subject property, it's $51,510. Over there you have a pictometry imagery. There's not much in the structure itself. I mean, we have less than $5,000 in the structure, and the majority of it is the land attribute and the but you would ask yourself the question, what are some other things selling for? What are other mobile homes in the Fulton area selling for? It's pretty striking what these things are selling for. Comp number 1 sold for $70,000. It's a really good comp. It's a 2S14. The subject's a 2S14.
Excuse me, Mike, did she say hers was livable and somebody was living in it?
Yes, somebody was living.
Somebody is living in it.
That's correct. She says she wasn't charging them rent, I believe, but there's somebody in there. Comp number 1 sold for $70,000. When adjusted, it gives an indicated value of $56,083. Again, when you look at comp number 1 and subject, they're the same classification. You'll look at the area, even the subject is bigger than the sale, and it sold for $70,000. Another one, it's a better class, but it sold for $108,000 on 11th Street. This one's on 12th Street. This is a bigger indicator of value of things that are selling for in and about that area. When you adjust that to the subject property, it indicates a value of $78,994. Comp number 3 is on, again, in Fulton on 6th Street. This sold for $69,750. When adjusted to the comp, it gives an indicated value of $63,249. On Palmetto, this one's a double wide, so it's different, but there's a large adjustment for that. Sold for $150,000 on Palmetto Avenue. When adjusted to the subject comp, to the subject property, has an indicated value of $88,000. Now I want to point out that the subject property did go up, but it went up to $51,000. When you look at the median value of other sales of mobile homes in Fulton, the indicated value is $71,121. Actually, $20,000. The subject is $20,000, approximately $20,000 under the median value. Equity was not checked, but these are other these are other comparable comps in that area. So you'll see the subjects on 12th Street. These are other mobile homes with low classifications. You can see that comp number, the first two is the exact same classification. It has less square footage of land, and therefore there's a land adjustment there. And you'll see that the indicated value for that particular property is $54,633 on comp number 1 for equity. Comp number 2, the indicated value is $51,707. Comp number 3, the indicated value is $65,000. The median equity value supported, again, these are other mobile homes in Fulton. So they're being assessed in similar fashions to the subject, just like the subject. Attached at the end of that is should be the sales ratio report for Fulton. But I understand that it's hard to comprehend why things would go up. But the why things would go up is because the market value and the reaction by the market in that specific location for a specific property being a mobile home in Fulton, people are paying that. People are paying 70, 150, 83. You know, they're paying a lot of money for these things. And so that's the reason the value went up. The majority of the value went up in the land segment itself. So that is the evidence that the district presents.
Okay.
Ms. Nguyen?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you understand what Mike just told you? Was his English okay?
Just little bit because I heard said he said it's the property right now is the value right now is bring up. So I mean I compare with the people on I know then I see it's not bring up at all because because that is not right. It's not right because I told you I'm the ugliest in my area. So I mean I don't know I don't know what to say right now.
From one of the addresses, okay?
Where are we in the procedure?
Right now, we are at,
Opening statements.
huh?
They've both given their opening statement.
Yes, so we're at the protester, cross-examine, and the rebuttal, which gives her 4 minutes. We're in, now she has 1:30. So I think what she said was that she talked to people and they're not saying, they said theirs weren't raised. So I'm asking her if she even like has one address or one example, just so we can check out what she has said.
I don't think she indicated, I will say that I don't believe she indicated that theirs weren't raised. I think that she says hers was too high. There's a difference. You're welcome to look at any one she wants to look at though.
Miss Yen?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you have the address? Do you have the address of one of those properties that you are comparing yourself to?
Oh, okay. I think it's the number is 47436.
47436?
Yes, 47436.
Is that the property ID number?
That's the property ID number.
Okay,
I don't know the address. It's on the 11th Street.
okay.
47436. This one right here.
That's the double trainer, and it's everything is better, good, better and a lot better, and they already fixed the roof, whatever. And my from the hurricane, I don't have money to fix nothing. But it's no good already, and you know.
So for the record, 47436 had a value last year of 36,590. Currently has a value of 51,960. The primary thing that went up was the land value that is congruent like the subject property. Do you have another one to look at, ma'am?
No, I just asked her, and I know that, so I not just asked her. So I didn't ask the one is the American one there. I don't talk much to her, and the other one I don't ask the next to me. So that's the only one I asked.
Yeah, hers went up as well by about $20,000 or something, or 15.
Yeah, the time.
Yeah, yes, it's, okay, so now, the district gets 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, all I would say is that sometimes it is unbelievable what mobile homes sell for. But here's the facts. Comp number 1 sold for 70,000. Comp number 2 sold for 108. Comp number 3 sold for 69,000. Comp number 4 sold for 150,000. Those are all mobile homes. They're all in Fulton. And her indicated median value is 71,000. And her value is 51,000. She's $20,000 underneath the median value. That's my case.
Ms. Nian,
Yes.
you have 1 minute for your closing statement. This is the last time you get to talk.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just, I mean, I just, I'm here just, right now COVID and we need to talk by phone. It's hard to hear, and I know what's going on. What I do, I hope you understand what I wish for, and I hope you do is something to help us this time. I said, I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to ask you, and I hope you understand what I mean, what I hear for today. So, please.
Okay. You're finished with your statement, ma'am?
My what?
Your time is up. Now we're going to discuss it. Now you just stay right where you are and we'll discuss it in conclusion, okay?
I just wait for you to do something or what?
Yes.
Just wait for us to do right where you are. Don't go away.
Yeah, I'm here and wait for what you say that the next minute. Thank you.
I don't see that a change is warranted. I hope that somebody, Ramona?
Yeah.
You can hear us pretty clearly, right?
No, you guys, it has to do with the microphone. The audio is not the best.
Okay, so.
Even when you go up to the microphone, it doesn't always help.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to ask. I think it's important that she know that we looked at that property, that she said, their numbers didn't go up, and that she understand it went up in property value. It doubled just like hers did. Okay, I don't want her to think that we didn't understand that point. Because
that came out clear and she can hear it. Her and I are in the same wavelength here.
Okay, so she heard that indeed that property value, the land value actually did double.
Did you get that, Ms. Ben?
Doubled. And that everything in that area, that's why her value went up, is because everything in that area is increase. Everybody wants to live there. They're willing to pay those higher prices. So therefore, I'm going to make a motion that we leave that value on it, because everything in that area, when it sells, it is selling for at least that amount, if not more. So I'm going to make a motion on account number 47428 that the total value for 2020 of 51,510, that value remains the same. So for 2020, the value for this property is $51,510. And I believe that this considers that the appraised market value, what's the exact, the appraised market value is correct.
Second?
Mm.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Nguyen,
Yes.
you're gonna leave it the same. We're gonna leave it the way it was. You understand?
Oh, no way.
No
I
way.
don't know.
Okay?
I don't understand why, because
Good value.
only my property is increased, or anybody else.
Everybody else's property has increased.
Okay, this hearing is closed. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen, for participating. Bye.
She's gone, I think. No, she's not.
Look up there.
Yeah, let me see. Come on. Oh, there's something else up there.
Yeah.
What is that?
That was all for the,
I believe that's it for the 8:30. I can go check.
Yeah, that was it.
All these others are no-shows.
Yeah, there should just be the,
Oh, these are the only that are left? The others were resolved or something, I guess?
I
So
think
we
one
have
of them
four
was
at
Leo
10
or
o'clock?
whatever.
we have 4 at 10 o'clock?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay.
Let's look at six.
there's 6.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at 10.
I have 4.
Ramona, I'm gonna mute, okay?
All right.
Wait.
Okay, hold on, Ramona.
Y'all have any other business?
Yeah. We can conduct other business, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Ramona,
Yes.
hang where you are. I'm gonna try to explain something here. Before I call Skip, he's waiting for me to call, I hope. I was presented with a document that is a joint motion to vacate order determining protest.
I'm sorry, say that again. It's a what?
Oh,
Read it for me, Wayne.
okay. This is the state of Texas, County of Aransas, a joint motion to vacate the order determining the protest. Jerry Lynn Ayers, the owner, and Mike Soto, chief appraiser for the Aransas County Appraisal District, chief appraiser, filed this joint motion to vacate the order determining protest dated June 30th, 2020. pertaining to property identified in the records of the Aransas County Appraisal District as property ID 19338, and would show as follows. A telephone hearing before the Appraisal Review Board on the owner's protest for tax year 2020 on the property had been scheduled for June 29th. Prior to the hearing, the owner had requested that the hearing be postponed, and district staff agreed to reschedule the hearing to July 15th. However, the rescheduled hearing date was not entered into the records of the ARB, and on June 29th, the ARB called the case for hearing. The owner, under the assumption that the hearing had been rescheduled, did not appear by telephone, although the owner's affidavit of evidence had been previously submitted to the ARB. Without knowledge of the agreement to reschedule the owner's hearing, the ARB considered evidence contained in the owner's affidavit together with evidence presented by the district and issued its order determining protest. The owner and the chief appraiser are in agreement that the June 29th hearing should not have gone forward because the parties had agreed to postpone the hearing and because the owner relied on this agreement to postpone the hearing, and in reliance of this agreement did not appear at the June 29th. The owner and the chief appraiser respectfully request that the order determining the protest described earlier in this motion be vacated. Respectfully submitted.
Okay, now, I got this last night from Skip, our lawyer, who wants to talk about it. So I'm gonna try to get him on the phone now. I told him erroneously that I would call him after
Meaning
lunch.
that the order that you gave the district and the citizens say that they didn't get proper notice for the 15th, and they were under the assumption that the 29th was already rescheduled. And so I'm saying that that's okay.
Is Skip available? This is Charlie Powers. Thank you.
Tell them he's being recorded.
Hi, is this Charlie Powers? Is Skip available? Yeah, but it has to be quick. I've only got about 40 minutes to work with here. We're in a hearing.
Okay, well, let me go see if I can track it down. You have to hold.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, in relation to that, we can.
He didn't get taken off the schedule, I'm saying, right? So she
You
didn't
heard
show
it.
up, we didn't know that she was,
I think you did it by affidavit on that day.
so we heard it,
I believe you heard it.
Okay.
You gave an order determining protest,
so we did.
but they weren't able, they wanted to call in or be here and say, hey, listen, I want to be here during my
So
hearing.
we gave a decision, but she wasn't part of the decision.
That's correct.
So, okay.
She wasn't present. And
So
so
we
she
went
was,
ahead and heard it even though the guys had agreed to postpone.
because she had already had her affidavit in, and like you use this affidavit in my absence, so it was read into the record, I believe. Is that right, Ray? I think that's right.
It's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, and so we're agreeing that she should be heard. You
If you
know,
check the box that said we could use the affidavit if you didn't appear.
right, but I'm agreeing with the citizen that we should vacate, meaning your order should
Because
be.
y'all had an agreement and you didn't make us aware of it,
That's
so we
correct.
didn't change the date, period.
We postponed
It was
it.
a
So our
mistake.
decision
So therefore,
changed.
the fair thing and the right thing to do, and
Yeah.
Postponements are supposed to come through us too.
The first reschedule is just through our office. They get the first one without cause.
Right,
That it's just, okay, we can reschedule.
and they should have pulled the affidavit off that day's cases.
So we
Yes,
could
it was
give a
clerical
different.
error.
it was our,
Sorry.
it was
Hi, Skip. Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, you're in the middle of a hearing, between hearings, and you're being recorded and it's going out over the air, I guess. It's an open meeting.
Okay.
I'm responding to your note about the
Order to vacate.
order to vacate. What's up?
I had a call from,
Jim.
Jim Evans, the lawyer for, the district. And he said that they screwed up and, he felt like if the taxpayer owner went to court, that the court would vacate whatever you did. And so he and the district and the owner are requesting that you agree to vacate your order and,
Here's,
reschedule hearing for July 15th.
Okay, now, just a couple of questions. You are aware that the box that was checked on the affidavit says that I intend to appear by telephone call for the hearing. This affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used for a hearing if I do not appear in person for the hearing. So you
I
checked
am
it.
aware of that, but apparently, according to Jim, she was told that the hearing would be rescheduled.
Okay? And it wasn't.
Just a clerical error. It didn't get in somebody's computer correctly is how he described it to me.
So are you advising that we should approve this?
Yes, sir.
Okay?
can I ask a question? Yes, sir.
That's Mike.
That's Mike Soto from the district.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, hey, how are you? So on our order to vacate, I've signed it, the property owner signed it, and it says signed on the 15th day of July. Is there any problem with us striking out that day and signing this today? Like striking out the 15th and putting the 7th? Because it just looks like it was, I don't know why the 15th was on there. It could have been something that Jim wanted.
Do you want me to say?
Yeah, go ahead and balance it.
That's the day of the other deal.
Let's see.
Go ahead and say.
Okay, I can say,
There is not a problem with y'all doing that. I think Jim just didn't, or was unaware that this could be addressed prior to the July 15th date.
Go ahead, Val.
right, Jim's instructions to me were to have the property owner and Mr. Soto sign it and date that portion of it with the day that the signatures were made. And then an
You
agenda.
broke up on me. You broke up on me. Can you say that again?
Mr. Evans' instructions to me were to have the property owner and Mr. Soto sign and date the day that they signed it, and then to have that presented to Mr. Powers on July 15th as an agenda item directly before the hearing.
Okay, well, I don't think it makes any difference. I mean, this is a motion to vacate, and it's gonna be dated whatever day it is, which will be the day Mike and Ayers sign it.
Which is the
So
7th.
Charlie can grant that.
He's got one.
Say anytime after or the day of that it's signed by Ayers and Mike.
Okay, that sounds great. We can strike through that last date and actually put today's date, and Charlie can sign it as well. Of course, with
He
the,
said
But you gotta have
after.
Ayers sign it first though, Mike.
Yeah,
he already has.
he has.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I assume that what y'all have doesn't have a draft stamped on it.
Does not have draft, no.
So that one is signed.
All right.
This-
I got it.
Yes.
All righty.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jim.
Folks,
Thank you very much.
have a good one.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So Charlie, all you need to do is put a strike through, well, with your.
I think we should, I think actually the appraisal review board should have a motion and second it and have it voted, is for correctness.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
I make a motion based upon what we've heard from our attorney and on this issue that we grant the joint motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ramona?
I said aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't hear you.
Well, I thought maybe Ray muted me.
No, Ray's snapping.
He not told us. No, he didn't do that.
Oh, it did change the date on
Okay.
ratings, not that good.
Just strike through it and let's do it right now, Val. Strike through it and put the 7, and then I'll initial and Charlie will initial.
Okay.
And Charlie, I'm gonna initial right here and you'll initial right here, and that's gonna be sufficient. Just initial next to the date.
Did either one of y'all, you guys, did y'all want to see this? Did you want to see it?
Thank you. Sorry about all the
Ramona, did you want to
extra
see the draft?
No, I don't need to see it. I heard it.
Okay, now we're gonna talk about.
Okay.
Or do we have any other business? Because I have something that came up.
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, so we have a person that's had an email exchange with Val, and they were scheduled for the 8:30 docket this morning. We understood them to have a they were on online or a telephone in, so we were waiting for their affidavit. As a courtesy, we call those individuals and we asked them for their affidavit, like, hey, we don't have your affidavit on file, can you send it in to us by email or whatever, so that you can have your case heard. This individual actually indicated that they mailed it in like 10 days ago or something like that, over 10 days ago. And we do not have it in our possession. So this is the exchange.
This is between.
This is between our attorney and the district. And it says, good morning, Mr. President. We have a property owner that has a first hearing docket today who sent off his affidavit in the mail on June 17th of 2020, but we have not received it. This morning on his second, this morning is his second hearing date. So he's already had a reschedule. He's in New Mexico in the mountains, so does not have a way to send me any paperwork at this time. How do I proceed in this case? It says, Mrs. Smith, and this is our attorney to Val. The ARB may postpone the hearing if the owner shows good cause or if the district consents to the postponement. So what I would say is that I'm making you aware that it's very possible that you're going to have a letter that comes in from this property owner indicating that, hey, I sent in that affidavit. I don't know why you didn't receive it, kind of good cause thing.
Is he sending another one?
He's going to have to, because we do not have an affidavit in our possession. We did ask the property owner if they had a copy of their affidavit, and they indicated yes, but it wasn't in their location of where they were in New Mexico. I don't know. Those are all the facts that I know.
Okay, now wait, so is today the first scheduled or the second scheduled?
The second, this is the, they had an original date. Today was the second date, so they've already been rescheduled to today.
Should they already, did they just change it or we grant it?
What happened? Why did they reschedule?
Like I said, anybody without good cause can reschedule one time.
All right.
And then we handle that out there. Anything beyond that, or a late protest, or I didn't show up to my hearing, that goes before you. Okay, any person that, for the first time, they get the shot. So this particular individual, their better evidence. I'm just giving you a heads up that this particular individual will probably present evidence to say, hey, listen, I sent it in on that day, or whatever. But I'm just making you aware that it's probably going to be a letter that you're going to have to hear and read into the record, for why they didn't appear today or why they didn't have their affidavit.
Yeah, I mean,
So you don't have the or, you don't want to go with
Or
if the district.
consents to the postpone. I mean, I don't consent without good cause.
Okay.
I do not consent without good
yeah,
cause.
the problem is they rescheduled it for today. And then they put themselves in a position where they couldn't do it.
Well, they assumed that we had received it and they would have called in today. They're in communication area, but they didn't realize that their paperwork had not been received. I believe the reason that they needed a reschedule was that they didn't have their affidavit. So that's what he said as soon as he had talked to us and then knew he had a reschedule, he sent in his affidavit and paperwork.
Mm-hmm. We're not,
immediately after.
the district, you need to know the district is not disputing that, either saying he did or didn't send in that affidavit. We're just saying that we don't have it in our possession.
Yeah.
And without good cause,
Yeah.
we do, the district does not consent.
Right.
Does not consent.
Well, you couldn't this time, because you gave him the reschedule. After that, it's up to the review board to give him consent. It's not up to the district.
And he replies, we'll make a decision.
But I do have four, yeah.
Or if the district.
Yeah, at any time,
Right?
well, if I don't consent, it is up to you. But if I consent, then there's 2 to 3 parties that consent to a reschedule. And
So you can consent to
I
a
can-
reschedule, or if somebody like that letter, if that came in and you felt it was good cause, you could have granted us to hear that other hearing and,
anything that comes to you,
you could.
I
grant.
don't consent.
But you could.
I have the ability. If it comes to you, I don't consent. And I have to be kind of a stickler for not consenting because then, well, you said you could do it for them. You said you could do it for them, kind of thing. So I have to kind of not consent on a whole bunch of stuff.
So you're just alerting us now that we're gonna get.
But you'll
something.
present us with that same evidence if it does come back around.
Yeah, it will probably come back. I'm just telling you, it's probably going to come to you. This person is going to probably come to you and say, whoa, I didn't show up because I didn't have my affidavit. And here's why I didn't have my affidavit. At that point, it's on you. Yep,
Can I go get some ice now?
you can.
Yep.
Thank you.
They've called in yet for the 10 o'clock.
Nope, but as soon as they do, we'll start pushing them through, even if they, in fact, let me go tell them that. And as soon as, we'll get started early.
How often, Mike, do you get situations like that where a property owner says, I mailed it in and you don't receive it?
Then we're to prove to the property owner that here's my certified stamp or here's a copy with a date, copy, but here's the hard thing. A copy of the affidavit that's even notarized in their possession does not say that they took it and put it in the mail that day. And so the burden of proof really becomes hard for the property owner. And from the district's position, because it opens up this whole other universe. And that's why I don't consider it.
Okay.
Unless I have some really logical, here's what happened, proof, I have had situations in which, a property owner's, the day before the hearing, they went in the hospital and here's the doctor's bill or, then that's pretty evident to know that they can't make their hearing. It would have been a good cause then anyway,
And certainly if you knew somebody whose case came up who had had some, hopefully you'd say, I know this person, I know for a fact that really is.
Are they on the phone still?
That was, yeah, I'd have to recuse myself.
It's a phone hearing.
No, no, no.
They're gonna
No,
have that.
Not from the hearing.
Yeah.
Just from the, should we grant?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, hopefully
Sure.
you would go ahead and speak up and say that,
Sure.
because that is proof.
They're right, it's evidence, yeah. And we all think of the mail as being very reliable, but my personal opinion, that and a buck and a half will get you coffee. But Rockport mail is not, it's slow at best, and oftentimes,
Fold is much faster.
yes.
Thank you.
Much better.
Well, and it is difficult to have proof that you mailed something if you don't mail it priority.
Right, get a receipt.
Right.
Yeah.
Put the stamp on it and put it in my mailbox and
Yeah,
Well, and if you go to the Fulton Mail Post Office, the Rockport won't do it for you. But Fulton, they'll print out a receipt, because when I return packages to somebody, they'll print out a receipt that shows it's proof. It doesn't give the name or anything, but it says to this address in Chicago, Illinois, that here is your receipt that yes, you did, you mailed out a package that weighed 1.2 pounds. And so if I've got the address on a receipt from the post office, it's like, really, you know, it's,
yes, yeah.
what else did I mail to you? If I would bother to mail a package, why wouldn't it be the right one?
Exactly.
but if they mailed it on 17, it was slow. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, but I didn't get, for real, I did not get my tax things on our property until 2 weeks after other people. So you explain that,
Yeah. Say it
We'll
is.
win someplace, I think.
huh?
You'll win someplace in between when getting.
Well, no, actually, I'll tell you what's happened is a lot of the mail carriers have quit or retired or had wrecks or moved. And so like on Key Allegro, our guy, like he had a car wreck and he's been there for forever. Okay, and he knew where the mailboxes were. And so now they even have things in our mailboxes that the guys have to scan when they leave mail in our mailbox to prove that they were on our street and delivered our mail that day. Because it's been so many people and there's been so many complaints. I mean, inside my mailbox, you open it up, there's a tag and it's got a code. They have to scan it every single day that they leave mail in it as their proof that they were on my street and delivered mail. And it isn't just my mailbox. I mean, it's because there have been, so your street and your area may not have, I'm telling you, it's like, it's
We've never had.
crazy the stuff we haven't ever gotten.
Somewhere. Well, I don't check the dates, but most of our mail.
All right, so the first person's called in, we can call them back. Looks like case number 581.
should be the last name Weiss, Weiss.
Charlie,
It's
are
the
you,
second one on page 2, and I'm sorry, Ray.
sorry. Okay, here we go.
454.
Mr. Weiss,
Yes, sir.
this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. We're about to
Yes,
start
sir.
we're about to start your hearing. We've got some administrative to go through first, so just hang in there with us, okay?
All right.
You're opening on ID
Okay.
581, account number 25433. This hearing is being recorded. We have the Appraisal Review Board will be hearing your protest today. Myself, Charlie Powers, Henry Duck, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Dayton, and Ramona LeBlanc is with us by Zoom. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com /r/survey ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Mr. Weiss, I'm assuming that we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just had to check. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F and signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
Valerie Smith, I am the notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael Soto, does solemnly swear and affirm representing the Bridgewater Board for the Union County Appraisal District, is true and correct.
Mr. Weiss,
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming that since you signed the affidavit, you'll be under oath for the duration of this hearing. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you hold a license for or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board?
Am I a licensed appraiser?
That's the question.
No.
Okay. The governor wanted me to ask you. Do you have in front of you, or can you put your hands on the hearing procedure times page? It was page 5 in the package of the district.
I think it was emailed to me, but I did not print that part out. I just printed out the that form I had to get notarized and set back in.
Okay, well,
So I need that.
We'll walk you through the process as we go.
Okay.
First question, do you want to go first or do you want the district to go first?
Y'all can go first.
Okay, Mike.
All right. The subject property is a property located in Kentucky. It is unit number 303. It currently has a valuation of $304,100. Last year we had it as incomplete. It is now complete, and we have some sales. The thing under protest is incorrect appraised market value. That's the thing that's under protest. That's the thing that we'll be talking about today. On the comp sales, the subject is on the bay, and you have 2 sales on the bay that happened this last year's cycle. Comp number 1 sold for $325,000. It has 1,233 square feet. The subject property has 1,233 square feet. Comp number 2 sold for $323,000. It's a little bit larger than the subject. It sold for $323,000. Comp number 3 is a dry property. It's less comparable than the other 2 from that standpoint. It's sold for $222,270. When compared with the subject property for its view and land element, you can see that it produces a value of $296. If you look at those values respectively when compared with the subject property, comp number 1 produces a value of $308,750. Comp number 2 produces a value of $314,899, and comp number 3 produces a value of $296. The median value is 308. The subject is currently appraised at 304,100. And so from a market value standpoint, this is an area that has experienced some sales since the storm, since the renovations, and the two that are most similar to the subject sold for 325 and 323 respectively. They have similar square footages. They have a similar attribute from the view and their proximity to the bank. And the subject property is currently assessed at 304. The median value has a median indicated value of 308, which supports the valuation of 304. Although equity was not checked, just for clarity, comp number 1 and comp number 2 are both at 304. Comp number 3 and comp number 4 are also at 304, just like the subject. So they're all assessed in similar fashions, although that is not under protest. Let's see. Computer just glitched out here. Yeah, and that's all I have for my evidence. The only thing else that's attached is the current listing of the subject property. The subject property is currently listed at 349,000. Again, we have a value of 304. It's currently listed at 349.
You're saying for sale?
It's for sale.
For sale. Scroll down.
I was just making sure.
Here's some pictures of that speak to the both the completeness and to the quality of the interior of the subject property. Those are the pictures associated with that. Nicely redone.
What?
And then attached at the end of that is the sales ratio report of condominiums within the county. And you can see that condominiums within the county were at 98.49% weighted mean. And that's the evidence associated with the subject property.
Okay, so sir,
Yes, ma'am?
you have 2 minutes to cross-examine, and then you get 5 minutes to present.
Okay. I understand the values that you're saying from the two sales. I forgot what unit numbers they are, but I know the one for 325. After the hurricane, a lot of these units, mine in particular, I had no damage on it. The N units and the units in the 400 building, those units pretty well got completely disabled, where they had to be completely remodeled. Mine did not, and I know the owner and of the 325 sale, and that unit got completely remodeled inside and out. Of course, the outside, all of them did. And my unit still has the original countertops and the original inside of the unit as in the furniture in it as before the hurricane. And so I don't feel like that these sales that you're talking about are sales from units that have been completely remodeled as to the inside, what am I trying to say? The fixtures, the cabinets, countertops, flooring, and things like that. Now, I do have mine for sale for $349. I was told that, I could get that. I listed it last year for that and took it off the market. Then I listed it again. I've had one offer for that unit in this whole time, and it's for $250,000. So, you know, just because I have it listed for that doesn't mean I'm getting that or anything like that. So that was the reason for my question as far as the amount that is in, y'all have it appraised at. It's not one that has been completely remodeled on the inside due to the hurricane. The outside, all of the units, of course, as you know, got completely, you know, new fascia and things like that. But I think there's a lot to do in the sales price of a unit by what the inside is. And that would make the difference between the different units and the selling price of those. So I guess that's about all I have to say in my defense.
Unit 303 is going to be, I believe it's this. Is your unit the southernmost building on the bayfront? Is your, I'm sorry, your building?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one I pointed out. So it's going to be.
I had 2 units in the 400 building, and those I sold them one a month or 1 2 months before the hurricane, and that area got hit straight on because it was kind of facing the south, and they got completely destroyed. But the unit, the 300 building, only the N-type units got, you know, damaged where there was any interior damage.
Okay. Where are we at in our time?
So I didn't have to do anything to the inside of mine.
Okay.
Okay, did you have anything else, sir?
Did I do what?
Did you have anything else at this point?
No, I just feel like that the difference in the values is due to the units. As you can see, y'all said there were 2 sales. You know, I hadn't had but that one offer on mine, and it's been on the market for what, 6 months? No, about 8 or 9 months. So, you know, that's the difference, I think.
Okay, and you're saying that these pictures that they're using for your unit to be on the market for sale, that that is all stuff that was there before. You did not change the floors, the sheetrock, you didn't change anything in your unit?
No, you know, we still have the old granite that's in it. The tile that's in the kitchen area and that was all there. The flooring is different. I had to take the carpet up, but that's the only thing. I mean, I've got the same furniture in it that was in there before the hurricane.
Okay. He still has a minute left in his time. But is that everything, sir, right now?
Yes, I guess that's all I have to, you know, to offer from my standpoint.
Okay, so now the district gets 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Very good.
I just want to make sure you have granite countertops throughout in your unit.
Yes, the original ones that were in it, you know, 10 years ago or whatever. The inexpensive granite, the cheap granite.
Cheap granite, what you said?
I'm sorry?
The term you used was cheap granite, is that correct?
Yeah, it was the ones you can buy at Home Depot for, you know, I don't know what it is now, but It's not the extent of the granite that they're putting in these remodel units.
Okay. And just to be clear, you did replace the floors?
I replaced only the floor in the downstairs living area and bedroom that was carpet, and I just put a vinyl in it.
Right. Okay.
The tile that was there in the kitchen area is still there. It's the same. That's on the modifications.
Right. Right. You have the property still listed at 349, or have you lowered the value?
Well, no, I guess I'm going to have to. I haven't had an offer but that one for 250. So I'm either going to have to just take it off the market or something. I was told that everything went up like y'all are talking about, and how easy it was to sell. Well, after all these months, I can't see that that's the case. People are still wanting to pay the price of what it was before the hurricane.
Well, just to be clear, you are asking, 349, not 304. We have 304 on the subject. Your only offer is 250. Is that what you said?
That's the only offer I've had so far.
And just to be clear, since you own it still, you rejected that offer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I guess in my rebuttal time, what I would say is the only indicated market value transactions that we have are at 325 and 323. The subject property owner has said that he knows about the inside of the condition of those others, and he says that they're different. I'm looking at the subject property listing, and he does have granite. He has some nice floors. It looks nice. It's on the market for 349. Obviously hasn't sold at 349. Good news is we don't even have it at 323. We have it at 304. We have it, that's a difference of, what is that? 349, 304 divided by 349. That's a difference of 13%. He's got it high. He's got it on the market higher than what we even say really is worth. The two sales that are there go for 323 and 325 that are on the bay. Those are have a similar attribute as the subject property. Rejected. And we're pretty much between the two numbers of the price he rejected at the 250 and the price that he has it on the market for at 350.
All right. 2 more minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. Y'all keep talking about the 325 property. I don't know how this equates to what you're doing or values, but I know that was sold by the owner and there was not a realtor involved. When you start adding the realtor fees in, that makes the sales price have to go up above what it could be sold for without a realtor fees. You're looking at, to get what, 6%? Is that what it is? Something like that. Anyway, you have to sell higher to get the same net of out.
I think that's understood by everybody in the room.
All right, so now we've got 1 minute for the district closing.
Just to summarize, the only thing in the protest is market value. Out of an abundance of openness, I've shown you that from an equity standpoint, he's just like 4 other comps on that location on the bay. 304, 304, 304, 304. The subject is at 304. From a market value standpoint, the median value is supported at 308,750. You have comps number 1 and 2 that are most like the subject from the proximity to the bay and the view that sold at 325 and 323. Difference that he's indicated as far as the interior difference, we don't have evidence of to actually compare the interior. We have those words, but we don't have that evidence.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
So the market value is at 304. The sales indicated that the market value should be at 308.
Okay, sir, you now get 1 minute for closing, so this is your last time to speak.
Well, I guess the only comments I should make is there's two things. One is inside completion being different from what the sales that I see. I know for a fact of 325 because I'm friends with him. And the fact that my sales price, obviously, I can't do much with, what I'm asking for it, because there's, in over 8 months now, I have not had an offer but for 250. So, I know that you've got these sales in that area, but it's not my unit that sold for that. So that's about all I can say.
All right, so now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes to discuss this property and come up with our answer. Ramona, what are your thoughts?
Well, it looks to me as it's being assessed appropriately.
I agree with that.
I'd have to agree.
I agree.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion based upon what we've heard from the property owner and from the appraisal district that on account number 2533, and taking into consideration the possibility of incorrect appraised market value, that the 2020 value of $304,100 is appropriate and correct. And so I make a motion that we leave the value for 2020 at $304,100.
Second. In favor?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Weiss? Mr. Weiss,
Yes?
we've determined that it should remain the same. We're not changing the value. We appreciate your participation. You'll be getting a document in the mail of our determination.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Is he off the line, Ray? Ramona, are you getting feedback? Is that what we're hearing?
We're getting feedback and it's cutting out often.
When there's
It is
background
that
like a TV or something, that
1533
just
feedback.
sound system.
The next case is 1351. The name of Upmore.
We've had other people call in as well.
Yes, there's somebody after this.
It's an affidavit. Yeah. Okay, are you ready, Charlie?
No,
No. Okay.
I haven't found him yet.
It's page
There he
3.
is.
It's the middle one.
Hey.
More?
Hey, Val,
More.
the number that you handed me
Huh?
here,
Yeah, it might be different. She gave us a cell number, but I think.
how do I know which one of these to pick?
Okay.
Should I just pick the 210 number?
Oh, if that's,
There's a 210 and a 281. This is probably it, right?
I guess, yeah, we could ask
I'd
them
call
if
the
they
cell
are.
number first. Is that the opposite of what you would do?
No, it's okay. Just let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, we'll give this a shot. Here we go. This could be them.
Mr. Upmore,
How you
this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you today?
good? How you doing? I'm doing good.
We have some administrative to go through before we get to the meat of the matter, so just bear with us. We're opening a hearing. Opening a hearing on
No,
case number
I'm sorry.
20-1351, account number 15330. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. At the table is myself, Charles Powers, Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Dayton, and via Zoom, Ramona LeBlanc. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Controller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code 4145H, Mr. Upmore,
Yes.
do we have all of your
You're going. I'm getting about every third word right now.
Do we have all of your evidence, sir?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
I think you do.
Yeah.
If you got that form that we sent in.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
ARB members who are in the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Val Smith. I am the notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Mr. Upmore, I'm assuming that since you signed the affidavit, that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. Upmore, are you a licensed appraiser?
No, I'm not.
No. The governor made me ask you. Do you
sorry?
I said the governor made me ask you that question.
I'll give him a call and ask him why.
Thank you. Do you have the hearing procedures times in front of you? It's a chart of 4 columns. It was page 5 in the package that the district sent to you.
Page 5. Let's see. I have this instruction. Let's see, page. Okay, property owner's form, evidence.
That's okay. We'll walk you through it as we go.
Okay, that'll work.
There is one question that I have to ask up front, and that is, who would you like to go first, you or the district?
You could go first.
Okay, but before we begin, I do want to make note, I want it noted in the record that on his affidavit, he marked both Q1 and Q2, which is market value and value of unequal compared with other properties. Yet because of what's on his protest form, which is only Q2, is the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level. That is the only one that the appraisal review board can make a decision based upon.
Okay, Mike?
Okay. Why did I have the one notarized then? Why did I send that one?
You're affirming, in the notary, you're affirming that you're making true and correct statements. And then you get to state facts, and it gets to be used.
Okay.
Your statement of facts get to be used in your absence if you check the appropriate box for that.
Okay. Well, I wasn't sure which one of those two to check. I just checked both of them because I was just trying to show what the, and you know, what happens on these deals, and it's happened for years, and I know it's not my turn to talk, but I'm just saying anyways, you know, if I sell a property, the first thing the sales people will do, well, let me get an appraisal. They'll get an appraisal, and they go, well, the property next door sold for X. And that's what they do every single time. And so whatever box I needed to check to do that, that's what I'm talking about.
All righty, sir. Did he indicate that he wants the district to go first?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to start. It's the account number is 15330. Last year, the value was just for the land. This is a brand new house built. We currently have a value of $526,520 for the total property value. If you'll look, we're going to skip past the comp sales grid and go straight to the equity grid. These are not necessarily sales, they're just properties that are in and about the property owner's area, meaning there are other properties in City by the Sea or Bahia Bay or that area that are waterfront properties. This is the comp equity grid. You can see that the first one that we have, this is, I'd like to make mention that this is actually on the bay or on the intercoastal. So it's overviewing the intercoastal waterway. The subject is, and the very first comp you'll see is 121 Ocean Drive. It looks like it's in a similar fashion. Has a similar land value. It was also a new build, meaning that it's a 2018. It's really close to the same size, and it's actually the same class as the subject. You can see that it's a really good comp from the standpoint of equity. It currently has a market value of $562,710. When adjusted with the subject comp for all of its differences, it has a rendered value of $424,247. Comp number 2 is also on Ocean Drive. Again, the same waterfront attribute overlooking the intercoastal. It has a market value of $559. When compared with the subject property, has an indicated value of $528. Comp number 3 is Port Royal in City by the Sea, the same subdivision that the subject is. So you have Bahia Bay and City by the Sea, which are adjacent subdivisions, and they're both overlooking the right of way, or they're really close to one another on the intercoastal right of way. What you have is Port Royal, City by the Sea, has indicated value or market value of $495. When compared with the subject for its differences, has an indicated value of $572. Comp number 4 is 318 Drive in City by the Sea. It's a canal lot. And I will say that comp number 3 was also a canal or not a bayfront lot as well. But they're used in the comp grid because they're both 5 FB pluses, just like the subject property. Has a current value of $447. Looking at all the differences, has an indicated value of $424. You'll notice that for 3 and 4, the main difference is the land element. There's a pretty large adjustment there because those are not bayfront properties. But if you go back to comp number 1 and 2, those land values are very similar to the subject property, with only like a $20,000, $23,000, and $15,000 value change respectively. And those values indicate a value of 524 and 528. When looking at all the grids, you have an indicated value of 528,518, which supports the valuation of 526,520 for the subject property. 528,518 supports the market value that we have on the subject property, 526,520. The only thing under protest is appraisal ratio, not market value. It's not under protest. With the remainder of my time, I will entertain any questions from the ARB.
Is that the house on the point there on the corner?
Yes, the house that is, and this was given to you as well, Mr. Moore. It's in the evidence. Your house is a parcel that's on the Intercoastal Waterway, and it's marked, it's highlighted in his evidence packets as well. So we're looking at the same piece of data. This is the subject property. It's a brand new house. It's on the Intercoastal Waterway, right there. I'll entertain any other questions from the ARB.
Okay, sir,
Yes.
you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 5 minutes to present.
Okay. I guess number one, I don't have any of the information that you're talking about. I'm just listening because I can't see anything that you have, but I believe what you have. But knowing very well, I'm sorry?
It was mailed to you. All the evidence was mailed to you.
I did not receive that for whatever reason. I just have not received it. But anyways, I know the areas very well, and probably a couple of points. And I know Ocean Drive very, very, very well. I've been there for 30-something years, studying that whole area. And Ocean is, by and large, a much nicer road. And even though they're both on the Intercoastal, I agree 100%. But as far as if you drive the street of Ocean and drive the street of Bayview, the difference of perception, value, etc., is very much different. It's you see nothing but incredible, nice homes, and our street is not of that caliber. But that's okay. My biggest thing is, and I know y'all are going by values of all the different comps that you put out there, and again, my biggest concern is that direct evidence next door of having a home that just sold for 3,168 square feet of home on the Intercoastal with a third of an acre, which is almost twice the size of my lot. It sold for $620,000, and while y'all have to value one way, the reality is that if somebody comes to buy my house, they'll say the house next door just sold for $620,000, which is they use specifically. They'll say that's $195 a square foot, and they say yours should be right around $475 to $500 based on that, and that's what they'll do it because it's right next door on the Intercoastal. Bigger, tons of land. They had 30 people there this weekend for a 4th of July party, which they shouldn't have probably, but they did because they have this massive yard with a lot of square footage, and all of them slept there. And so I that's my biggest reason for doing this is that the values of Ocean. It's an amazing street. We couldn't find anything over there. The lots were $400,000. So I'm not sure what comps you have on that, but they were very high. And so the home values over there, in reality, if you tried to buy one, all those homes are very, very high end compared to our street. City by Sea is probably the oldest neighborhood there in Aransas and those 3 different subdivisions, Bayview, Bahia Bay, Palm Harbor. So that's my only reasoning for protesting. I'm not looking for a huge reduction, but some reduction, just because I know if I tried to sell it, they would use, that's exactly what they would do, because I see it. I'm in the real estate business. Been in it for 38 years, and I know exactly how the appraisers and the salespeople work it, and they go directly by comps next door. They'll say, "Oh no, you can't use Ocean. That's way over there. Look at those $1 million homes. You got all these low-end homes. You got homes across from you that are falling down. We've got some that are terrible disrepair that hopefully they'll fix one of these days." And about 4 houses down. But that's what they use against you. So that's the reason for my protest.
Okay. So did you have anything else that you wanted to?
No, that's the main thing.
Okay, I'd like to ask a question if I might.
Sure.
Because, he said, I would like to check out, because he said the value of his property compared to account number 51615. So I'd like to look at the per square foot on the land portion of those and the water frontage and how that's all being figured.
51615.
51615.
51615. Can we pull that up on pictometry just to see its relevance to the subject?
Because, sir, you were talking the one to the left of you, correct? If you're looking at the water, the one with 2 houses? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Like I said, it just sold May 20th, I think, for 620.
What value do you have on that land?
We don't have
per
that.
Square foot?
First of all, I'd like to say we don't have that sale, so it must have, I guess, just occurred in this appeal season.
Should be an MLS, but I don't know.
An MLS.
Yeah, that would be great if we got
Okay.
the MLS. We have $44 a foot, and it has this many square feet, which is that number 70, I think 7642, right? Yeah, 7642. It has an indicated land value of $638,000.
Just the land.
Just the land. We have a current market value on that property of $882.
No, but not market, but I just wanted because.
The land value is $643,000 and change. I think I said that right.
No, 638.
638 and change. 638 and change.
That's the house directly next door.
That's that. And it was 44 per square foot.
It's on for 44 per square foot is what the card indicated.
And then what is his per square foot on just the land? Please.
Well, sure. It's on our evidence package, which is $44 a square foot. Actually, his is $44 per square foot, but there's an 80% adjustment in it, I think, for the angle. You could see that he's actually assessed less than that.
It's frontage. He has less frontage.
He has less frontage.
So is this one of those where you do like the frontage is this per?
No,
No.
no, it's just an adjustment because he's kind of a triangular.
Oh, yeah, no, because it's water, it's his neighbor's water.
Right, so this right here is at $44 a foot, but that's reduced because he only has really this on the frontage. And so he's actually only assessed at 44 times 0.8. Yeah, he's assessed at $35.20 a square foot. Okay, what time are we in?
So now it is district cross-examine.
In my cross-examination time, all I'd like to say is that he did bring up sales. It's not under protest, but I want to show our evidence associated with what things are selling for. Now, I don't have the sale that you indicated. That was not presented, or was it presented as evidence? Your taxpayer evidence?
Sir,
Yes,
did you give us, was that information included in, I mean, we can look real quick. Was that included in the,
He wrote it on his affidavit.
he did? Okay, so actually we can look at that.
Okay. Again, sir, my question in my cross-examination is, do you have included in your evidence, do you have a copy of the MLS for the one next door?
no, that's something I know y'all have access to, but I do not.
Okay, sir, we do not have access to the MLS, and that's the reason for the question. So again, it's your statement that you believe it sold for $620. Is that correct?
That's what I was told by the buyer.
Okay, so again, it's just your testimony from something that you believe that it was.
Well, no, that he told me the whole process of the sales. The last time it was listed on MLS was at $699, and they settled at $620,000 for the sale.
Okay.
It's just the most correct. Y'all will be, I'm sure they'll be protesting it at some point, and for probably, I guess, next year or whenever they do it. And you know how you get those the document. I know in the past, like in San Antonio, they used the MLS solds pretty regular as having fact of what, I don't know how y'all would have fact of knowing what those things sell for if you don't have MLS records, because that's unless somebody brings in a closing statement.
That's a really good point.
I mean, everyone in San Antonio, they use all MLS. When we do protests here, they use MLS solds because it's, you know, it's public knowledge, and for anybody that could.
That would be really good if we had access to the MLS. That's a great point.
You're going into your rebuttal.
Thank you so much. In regard to the comment, yeah, it's not a protest, but we have a median value that's indicated at 520. So when you look at the two grids, you have a grid at 522, you have a grid at 528, and then you have his subject property at 526 in between those two. It's actually really tight grids. Those actual sales that we had in our possession at the time that we did this evidence package, you have Sierra Sam, which is Bahia Bay. You have Port Laurel, which is City by the Sea, that's in his same subdivision. You have another one on Palm Drive, which is, again, that is on Palm Harbor, which is actually inferior to City by the Sea. And then you have Sandy Cove at Bahia Bay again. So those are similar classifications of homes. You have, in the case of all four of these comps, they're all class 5s, all 5 pluses, it looks like, or maybe a 5 minus in one of them. They're all class 5s. And when you adjust it according to the value of the subject property, they have an indicated value of 522. I only bring this up, although it's not under protest, I only bring this up to show the congruency of both the grids. One shown at 522, the other one shown at 526 or 528, and the subject is at 526. All the grids are really tight.
Okay, so now you get 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, my last statement would probably be, y'all probably did this in January pre-COVID, and you know I deal with reality, and reality is that the market has been in the obvious flux since then, and that's why values tanked for this year for a lot of us. And the reality is, I think, and you'll see it by that one next door, that should have sold for more, but because of the whole thing that's going on around, it didn't. And it's, you know, at that price per square foot, there's been a lot down the street they've tried to sell for 8 months and haven't been able to sell it. And you know, truly believe that you're close. I think you're close, but I think you're probably 25,000 off on this one. Maybe last year, but in 2020, when we're doing this right now in July, values over there, you have to use right now instead of January when nobody knew anything about COVID. And so that's all I have.
Okay, so now we've got 1 minute from the district for their closing.
I'd like to just say for the record, the only thing under protest is equity. Equity grid shows that the valuation is, you've got a median equity at 528, subject properties at 526, so it's supported when you're looking at all the elements therein. Furthermore, since they brought up sales, and I know you can't rule on it, but I wanted to show that in our sales grid, these are other 5 class 5 properties. They're all waterfront. They're all within Palm Harbor, Bahia Bay, and or City by the Sea. And you'll look at those and they have an indicated value of 522. Again, all the grids are really tight. They're all right there. This is a brand new build on the Intercoastal Waterway. That's all I got.
Okay, so sir, you get 1 minute for your closing.
And again, I don't have that grid, and I did state on there market value, but I guess it's how y'all, the one I notarized. But regardless, it's again, it's the comparables of using other areas like Ocean. I don't think any realtors or any appraisers will tell you that that's the same as Bayview. Bayview should be. It's nicer, but it's inferior. It's, I love it, but it's still, it's undervalued, and that's why the ones next door don't sell like they do on Ocean. It's just as simple as that. Regardless of the grid, regardless of pulling 3 communities together, that's the reality. Thank you.
All right, so excuse me, now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes to discuss, ask questions, to come up with their final determination on this.
I don't see any evidence that would cause me to move it.
Ramona, do you see anything?
No, I see that they, are giving a break square footage wise on the land value. I just, I don't see it.
I think it's a fair point.
I do too.
Okay, so on account number 15330, where the current 2020 value is set at $526,520, and considering the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, I make a motion that we keep the value for 2020 at $526,520.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. It's unchanged. Mr.
All right.
Lettner, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, our next case number is 979. And the name is, what's the name? I don't have it on here. Would be Gates.
Ooh, Gates?
Gates. Yes.
What was the number again?
It's case number 979.
Are they within the waiting room? Okay, good. Just let us know when you're ready.
Okay, it's on page 2, the last one.
Gates?
Hey,
Hello?
Yes, this is Charlie Powers, the Appraisal Review Board.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
Thank you. We have some administrative to go through. You just bear with us a little bit, okay?
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case number 2020-979, account 24771. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. Myself, Charlie Powers, Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Dayton, and by Zoom, Ramon Long. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. Survey is voluntary. We do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal the decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Mr. Gates, we have all your evidence, correct?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.67.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F and am signing to that effect. I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Val Smith. I'm the notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
ARB members who are, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Hey, I'm assuming that since you signed the affidavit that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you.
Or, my name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. Gates, do you hold an appraiser's license?
No.
Okay. Do you have in front of you, or can you put your hands on the hearing procedures time chart, which came in your packet, page 5? You have it?
Yes.
Excellent. Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, you
Hold
have
up.
5 minutes.
Hold up, I'd like for there to be a note in the file that, while I don't see his protest form in here, but, it's indicated that he only marked incorrect appraised market value on his affidavit of evidence. He marked both incorrect appraised market value and that the value is unequal compared with other properties. So therefore, because he only marked the first one, incorrect appraised market value, on his protest form, that is all we can make a ruling upon.
Duly noted.
Okay. Okay, do you have my slide deck in front of you that I sent as evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so originally, and I used the running tax values in the last slide deck, or the last slide in the deck, but my house was appraised in the high 700,000s. The house, before Harvey, had hardwood floors, custom cabinetry, a lot of custom woodwork. After Harvey hit, I had to rebuild the interior of the house. I made a decision. Hang on just a second. I made a decision to cheapen the house up a little bit because I'm going to rent it and put it in a rental pool. and also with funds available. So, you can see from the first picture, I use Chinese assembled cabinets. It is what it is. Those are cheap. You buy them in boxes, you assemble on site. You can see the downstairs. I have concrete flooring. I use vinyl stairs and vinyl flooring upstairs instead of hardwoods to make it more of a spec home and put it in the rental pool. Also in slide, I guess it would be 3, which is the condo and townhome area. My home is very unique, and I've talked to the Aransas County people about this before, that I'm in actually a condo townhome area. So my house is different than houses a block down the road or 2 streets over. You can see there's still damage in the area. Most of the condos have been patchwork back together, and pilings, and also areas that probably cannot be built on for Key Allegro regulations or city code are still, have pilings and rip boards and stuff on property lines right next door. The last slide is what the house looked like before. You can see the hardwood floors, custom cabinets, beams in the living room. None of that exists anymore. The bathrooms had intricate tile work, travertine. Upstairs, there's a picture there of hardwood floors. And I got y'all's package, looked through it. I'm not a real estate expert or a tax expert, but I did go through there, and it seems like some of the comps they're using on my property are nicer, what I'd call inferior properties to Key Allegro, which are next to other houses, have big yards, have trees. 64 Nassau, where my property is situated, is not that. It's a condo townhome area. So again, I'll just reiterate that I purposely rebuilt the house to cheapen the inside materials due to funds available after Harvey to rebuild, and then also to put that into the rental pool, for the wear and tear. So that's the end of my presentation. On that slide deck, I did put some other properties in there that are for sale currently through a real estate friend. Most of those properties that I would compare to mine are in the $650,000 to $750,000 range. Those are there to see. I don't have the intimate details of everybody's homes, nor do y'all. But that's where I think I fall. And I also listed some properties: 7 Bahama Drive, 1 Bimini Drive, 1841 Bayshore, and 12 Whooping Crane, which y'all provided, which I think are comparable to my property.
Sure. Mr. Gates, we're just looking at the overview of the.
I'm confused. There's Nassau is.
That's Nassau right there, Captain. So that's Casa Allegro.
Which condos are they talking about?
He's talking about this is Key Allegro right over here, and this is Casa Allegro over here.
Oh, that's not.
So he's just saying that he's stuck. I think. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Gates?
Say that one more time.
You're kind of stuck between a whole bunch of condominium complexes. Is that fair to say?
Exactly. Exactly. To the east are condos, to the west are condos, to the north, and then next to me there are 2. They're classified as townhomes. One's under construction and one's been there, but they are townhomes on the as description, and they have a little different setbacks than most things in Key Allegro.
Were those new construction, the ones to the right of you?
Yeah, so the one right next door is a new construction. It hasn't been finished, and the one further over there, close to the condo, probably was built in 2014-ish.
Thank you.
So we can.
So now the district has 2 minutes for cross-examine and 7 minutes for presentation. I'm sorry, 5 minutes, which takes us to a total of 7 minutes. Sorry, guys.
So Mr. Gates, in your evidence, do you have like an idea of what you think your property, because I don't think you indicated what you think your property's worth.
I think it's worth less than it was before Harvey. I did, in my actual submittal back to the district, I said in the high 600s. And when it came in, I honestly thought it would come in the high 600s based upon what it had been the year before. And it came in the high 8s. And I was a little sticker shocked, but again, the district can't go inside my house and see the changes or what damage was done or has been changed. They can just look at it from the street.
Well, I'd like to, and this is just during the, the cross-examine time. I'd like to say that first and foremost, we didn't know until you gave us this information about the interior classification of the home. But secondly, you've got a pretty fine location. I mean, I know you say you're between condos, but you're overlooking Little Bay to one side and the marina to the other. It's freaking awesome. I mean, it is, any negative attribute, in my opinion, any negative attribute, have to drive by condos, actually drive by some Kia Allegro condos on the way, and then at the far end, and that's freaking awesome location.
Yeah.
Having said that, I will say that the classification of your home in the interior, I would recommend a change in classification from 7SS minus to a 6SS. And the reason for that is because you've actually given us information about the vinyl floors, and it's just not the highest class anymore. It's just not on the inside, but we didn't know that until just now. Do you mind me running through the traps and seeing what that would do as far as evaluation?
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Ray, go ahead and put that in.
712, 810.
If that takes the value down from 867,000 down to 712,000 and change. Does that seem reasonable to you?
That does.
Okay.
That does.
Okay. I just want to confirm. So the total valuation on yours for 2020 of 712,000, you're in agreement that is appropriate, or what you believe your property should be taxed at?
Yes, I'm in agreement.
712 what?
810.
712, 810, if you don't
All
mind.
right, so, well, I'm going to say 800, because no.
Well, 810, so the nearest $10 increment.
We actually made a change to the account this time. We
Yeah.
did the thing that we talked kind of about not doing. We changed the account.
We actually changed
The
the
account is
Okay, so I
permanently
can do
changed.
the
Yes.
810.
You need to be,
You told me I
I know,
can't
I know,
before,
I know.
so I'm just trying to follow your rules. Okay. So you're in agreement that $712,810 is appropriate, right?
Yes,
said
I
yes.
am.
Okay, so I make a motion on account 24771, where the 2020 valuation was $867,710, and taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value, I make a motion that we adjust the 2020 value to $712,810.
Second,
Second.
in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Gates,
Uh-huh.
you get a document in the mail confirming the number.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
You too. Have a great day.
You too. Thank y'all.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Bye.
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 Our next will be by affidavit only.
is this it?
I declare a recess.
Okay. Works for me.
2-minute file break.
No more phone calls? No?
What's that?
No more phone calls?
No, check on one and see if they sent in everything, but we didn't hear from them. I'll see if they got that box checked where we can just hear it. So there's possibly one more after this. I will be back.
Sometimes it feels nice to hear a case where there's really an error in it. There's actually
Yeah.
something you can fix,
I know,
something
it's
needs
like,
to be
oh my
changed.
God, thank
Starts to
you.
feel worthwhile again, like you're doing good work. Yeah, yeah, I think all of us were like, ouch.
I mean, it is a great location, but he is correct in that. We'll talk about it, but
Yeah.
it is condo city over there.
You guys are gonna hear 1760,
1760.
I think. Right, vote in?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
She can vote in.
Yeah. That'll work.
The more I hear of these cases, real, in a annual report for somebody like Exxon, Fortune 500 company, they made this much money, but then the IRS, they report they made this much money. The truth is probably somewhere, the realtors, they're the annual report figure.
Yeah.
And the ACAD's the tax dollar figure.
Stuff like this, I mean, with this, I can't talk about a particular case, but when a person brings really good information that I can act on, sometimes you need to understand that it's the first time I'm looking at it. Like I'm actually seeing this for the first time going, hey, this makes a difference. Let me act on this, kind of thing. Yeah, for sure.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
What we're doing an affidavit code is wait and get everybody notarized.
Probably.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
That's why they do it.
Why he's here. I wasn't here for the ones on Wednesday.
Is that the last one?
No,
On
there's
Thursday
possibly
or
one more. I need to
Thursday.
look.
Thursday.
Thursday. Set up for phone hearings.
Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, be
I'm gonna make
glad.
sure.
What about the rest?
Huh?
You did an excellent job.
When we do those again, on this one, we probably won't. You'll just see. Sticker shock.
Is this by affidavit only?
It is.
So it must be 1760.
Correct.
Okay.
This is just by affidavit, not by phone.
How many more do we have for 10 o'clock?
Val, is there one more after this?
There's possibly one more after this, which would be by affidavit also,
What's that contingent on?
of how they filled out their affidavit.
Is there a chance they going out wrong or something?
No, it's just a check box. You have here.
No, I'm sorry.
Yes, I would plan on having the one after.
Okay. Are we ready?
We are
Whenever
because
you want.
guys.
Okay. We're opening a hearing on protest number 2020-76. Account number 58427. This is an affidavit. This hearing will be recorded. You're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. Present at the table are myself, Charlie Powers, Secretary Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Day, and Ramona LeBlanc by Zoom. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Texas Tax Code Section 4166F.
I'm Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.60.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Val Smith. I'm a notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I am physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I am assuming the protester is under oath as they sign the affidavit.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
The affidavit given to Aransas County for property 58427, and it's for the Boat Inn Incorporated. The owner, P.O. Box 1452, Fulton, Texas 78358 1452. Section 2 gives the property description. 1802 Mesquite Street, Fulton, Texas 78358. Section 3, reasons for protest that are checked are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other property. Section 4 states that there are 3 pages attached to this affidavit. Section 5 is statements of facts or arguments, says the owner thinks the property is overappraised based on market and equal and uniform. A letter to the ARB requesting a formal hearing is provided. This account is part of 7 accounts that make up one economic unit. Hearing type was selected as I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit, evidence, and or arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. Section 7 says that it was signed by Jennifer L. Parker in Collin County, and it was notarized by Amy Carnes, also in County. The next page is the letter given to the Appraisal Review Board, dated July 1st, 2020. It says, please accept this letter as a formal request to open a formal hearing for account 58427. We adequately identified our intent to file a protest on all accounts of the Boat Inn. We would like to request the property be worked as one economic unit and all accounts that make up the economic unit be heard. One number was transposed in a series of accounts which correlated to protesting account 54827 when account 58427 should have been protested. It would be difficult to make a ruling on the total value of this property without including account 58427. Please accept this protest. We will waive our right to a 15-day notice. If possible, we'd like this account to be heard with the other accounts in the economic unit. Signed American Property Services, Inc., signed by Jennifer Parker. Next is the appointment of agent attached for the Boat Inn and for American Property Services, Inc. in Garland, Texas, and it's signed by Larry Pierce, who's the owner of record for the property, the real property. That concludes their evidence. I can just present mine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, this account is 58427. It is a part of the Boat Inn boat storage, And this year, its value was moved from cost basis to an income basis. Additionally, there was several of these improvements of these buildings that were incorrectly placed on 63008. So the value last year was $305,450, in part because of its different valuation, but also because it was inaccurately described. The current year's valuation is $1,876,720. Income calculation worksheet shows the gross building area is 88,015, and we use a $4 per foot per year lease rate, 15% vacancy, 45% expenses. It yields a net operating income of $164,588, or an indicated value of $1,876,720. The last page shows equity with other boat storages. They show the 3 others that are fairly large, given the same rental rate per foot per year, same vacancy, same expenses, and even the same cap rate, although their tax rates do differ a little bit. And the in rebuttal to the property owner's evidence or testimony in their previous hearing regarding this is one economic unit, their evidence included in excess of 150,000 of unallowable expenses, their cap rate, and vacancy twice in their calculation. And that's all.
I have a question, and you probably said this the other day, but sometimes you cut out, so I don't get to hear. But why did we go from regular valuation on the property? Why did you to this cost? Did the state say we had to, or?
The state said that our values on boat storages were inexcusably low. And in order to fix it, the only way to fix it was to be doing them the way everyone else does them, which is by income. Doing them on cost, that's the reason people build boat storages, because it costs less to build them than it's worth. That if it was worth what it costs, never build them.
So statewide, everybody's doing this?
It's going to happen, yeah. There's quite a few districts that failed this year, and the commercial sector is just one part of it. I will say, though, that the lack of MLS data for residential sales is probably an even bigger problem that sort of precipitated this being fixed when it's been years and years. Like previously, it's been undervalued. But because we need to fix our values in whatever way we can, the commercial stuff got looked at this year.
And so y'all are unable to get the MLS for anywhere, right?
Yeah, and that's only for residential. So commercial stuff doesn't operate through the Association of Realtors. But when our study gets done from the state, they look at all of our values across the board. And our commercial stuff was at 76% of what they were saying it's actually worth. And in a lot of cases, they had sales numbers. And they were just saying, we're way off of what these things are actually being bought and sold for.
So are the property owners aware of the change in how you're evaluating the property?
Did you send them a note?
They don't get prior notice whenever their notice is their notice of appraised value now. Because their bill is coming in like October or November. Their notice of appraised value is their official notice from us. But on top of that, there's been additional communication from the district through the newspaper, the Chamber of Commerce, phone calls with property owners. You know, they're aware. Yeah, and we're happy to communicate with anybody about it. And what I will tell you personally, the more information we can get from them, the better. If we're too high on anything, it's pretty straightforward to prove that. They just show us that they make less money.
Can I ask?
Sure.
So if
if they come, okay, and they do this and then they realize, oh my God, you know, because in the past, if you did they just may not have while they may have been aware of the word may have hit their ears, okay? But they may not have understood the whole thing, okay? And so then they come and they have a hearing with us, but they'd still rather, you know, sit down with you and be educated and also possibly educate you to where truly the most fair, the best bet for everyone involved, we hope would come out.
Yes,
Is that possible to occur for this year?
that's already happened with everybody you're gonna hear.
Because
You're not gonna hear anything without me making some effort to communicate with the person. Kind of a lot. There was a lot of stalling in the initial part of receiving our protests for commercial stuff where I didn't, with a residential one, you may say, I'll give them a call and then we know what we're gonna do, we'll put it on hearing. There was a good 2 weeks of just doing nothing with anything and telling every business owner just to turn in their protest and call me and talk to me. This property owner, I haven't spoken to the owner, but I've spoken to his agent, and this has already been gone over. They've showed us everything that was presented at the hearing. I've already, which is how I spotted that the rent price per foot seemed too low because it was different than the one that it showed me 2 weeks ago, which showed that their rent per foot is actually above average. They're charging a little bit more than the average boat storage to stay here because it's nice.
I was gonna ask that question. Your $4 per foot rent rate, was that generic data that you purchased and you know that the market is actually above that, or?
No, that data didn't exist for purchase because boat storages are kind of unusual.
Okay.
So self-storages, there's a lot of data on that, but we're in an unusual position and we have so many boat facilities. And I wanted to get an accurate snapshot of what is boat rent like, what are the cheap ones like, what are the nice ones like, and they just all came out very, very tight at $4 a foot per year.
So it's real data then.
Yes, it's
for this area.
It includes this property. Like it's mixed in with this property. Some people's rents are a little above it or a little bit below it, but and I will tell you that there's a subset of boat storages that are not like this property that are charging significantly less per foot per year because they're not the same. In some cases, they don't have doors. They're basically sheds. They need their own
and they're different.
classification.
They are different. I mean, because
There are some really
we looked at
ones.
right, exactly.
Right.
Places that was like, yeah, no.
And those given a more specific class, they'll get broken down a little bit next year. But yeah, when by the time you guys are seeing these things, we've been over it with them, and either they don't agree for one reason or another, or they've been uncontactable.
So after we have our hearings, is there the possibility that they can sit down with you or?
They can always call and talk to me at any
Okay.
point. But after you guys have your hearings, the only thing left for them to do for their valuation for 2020 is to have an arbitration, which they cannot have until you give them a ruling.
But they can meet with
He
you.
can't do anything.
Right. So he's saying right, because that's how the rules are.
Every valuation I'm presenting here at the hearing is what I actually think it is, which is why there's going to be quite a few of these that have our notice value, and then another number that's significantly different, saying, yeah, there's other factors going on. That we noticed them at 800,000, but I agree it should be 230. You know, even huge changes like that. I'm not going to present any opinion of value that I don't actually accurate.
Of course.
That I don't think is like really what these things are going to end up being bought with, just know that there's, some of these have already been put up for sale. There's stuff that in the time of us doing this, commercial properties have popped up for sale, affirming this is a better way to do it.
I have one last question. You said you had you used 15% vacancy rate in your worksheet, but at the top of your worksheet, you show a different vacancy and occupancy. What is that at the top there?
Is it a dollar amount?
No, it's a percentage.
Wait, tell me where you're seeing this.
This
Where
is
you-
on page,
Of whose
this
evidence?
is the income calculation worksheet for the district.
But where are you seeing these two different figures?
Right at the top of the box.
Oh,
lower right.
yeah, that has to do with, that numbers actually doesn't, we're not using that. Has to do with how PAX presents this stuff.
Okay.
There's a lot of redundancies in how they do these things. They do a gross rentable area, and then there's a net rentable area, and then there's the leased area and vacant area. My understanding is that in some districts, for whatever reason, they wanted to be able to change the rent rate for what was vacant to be different than what was leased, as opposed to averaging across the whole property, which is what you normally do.
Who wanted that?
I have no idea.
Oh.
To me, I don't foresee ever using it. I would think maybe it was because, if you have, let's say you have self-storages and your ones that are $300 a month are half vacant, ones that are $100 a month are full, then you want to show that you're missing all the money from the big users. I don't really know. If you were able to, again, I don't really know why it was set up, PAX was set up this way. There's a lot of faults with PAX and how it doesn't do a great job as far as like displaying things. That's the reason our last page is an Excel spreadsheet that I had to make.
But that's not the actual occupancy.
We're not using that. It shows,
vacancy.
yeah, if you look at the next line below gross potential income, it says vacancy, and under percent it shows 15%. That's the
Wait,
one
under
vacancy.
gross?
Yeah, the second little paragraph, the very first line is vacancy.
Oh, yeah.
And it over to the right, it says percent 15. I don't see where we're at. We're on the first page.
So you're saying that 15 that's in that box, that carries over
this.
from this?
Yes, I mean, I don't know how much y'all want to really know about this. Yeah. PAX doesn't even do their vacancy as a percentage number. You do it as a dollar. So I have to figure out what dollar amount constitutes 15% and then put that in the system based on whatever the dollar rent is. It's sort of.
Who picks the 15% vacancy?
We do. That's something, and
You say 15%, what do they say?
yes, we put 15% vacancy and 45% expense because that is really accurate for self-storage or, mini storage. We don't know how both storages are different. And we rely on the property owners to let us know because there's no industry information. As a matter of fact, and valued our commercial properties, they valued a boat storage at $9.50 a foot in rent because they valued it like mini storage. Mini storage rent is completely different than boat storages, right? So we need the property owners to tell us if anything's different. I think that their vacancy is probably actually less than that. I think a lot of boat storages are more full than that, but I also think that their expenses are probably low in what we do. So I think that we're ending up taking it out of one pocket and putting that model will just get refined over time.
Okay.
All right, Cindy?
Say again?
She said
Cindy,
Cindy.
you wanna make a motion?
I don't really.
Well, there's no income evidence presented with this. The taxpayer
Correct.
has not presented income evidence.
Right. No, I know. I was just gonna make the motion. I mean, there's nothing we can do here. Anyway.
I don't think so.
Anyway, there isn't anyway. There's no way we can figure this out, and especially not this first year. I mean,
Yeah.
So I make a motion based upon what we heard from the district and from the property owner's agent via affidavit that the 2020 value of $1,876,720 that I make a motion that it does, or I believe that it does take into consideration the incorrect appraisal value and the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal. So therefore, I make a motion that the 2020 value stands at $1,876,720.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, what do we got now?
We have case 889. Was a telephone hearing. There was no call
Emmett, I can
in,
get it.
so we're hearing it by
I can get, you may get it. It's residential. You got it?
Thank you.
You all set?
This is affidavit?
Yeah.
It's on page
Yeah, we're good to go,
2.
Charlie, whenever you're
It's
ready.
above The third
Ready.
one.
Okay. Opening a hearing on protest number 2020-89, account number 51342. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. At the table are Charles Powers, Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Day. Via Zoom is Ramona LeBlanc. We are the work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to as an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. Our members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I am the notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming the protester is under oath as they signed the affidavit.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Property owner's affidavit of evidence is from Zoe M. Compton. Her address is Circle Bar Blue Ranch 5355 US Highway. The US Highway South 79709484770. Property description is NA. Reasons for protest check are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared with other properties.
Different from the protest form.
So I'd like to make a note in the record that I just want to look at the protest.
Q2.
Okay, the protest form on this, they only marked value is unequal compared with other properties. On their affidavit, they marked both market value and value is unequal compared with other properties. Because we have been instructed to go with what is checked on the protest form, we can only make a ruling based upon the value is unequal compared with other properties.
Duly noted.
Section 4, evidence asserts that there are a letter and photos attached to this affidavit. Statement of facts or arguments, please see letter regarding unimproved county and city road, no boundary fence at Fulton Cemetery. Section 6 is hearing type. What's checked is I intend to appear by telephone conference call for the hearing. His affidavit and the evidence submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. So signed in Aransas County by Zoe Compton and notarized by Leticia Marie Sanotti. All right, the letter that was attached, her own letterhead. It says regarding protest, section 4, regarding 4 Fulton Town Site Block 91 and 92, waterfront east of 91 and 92, legal address 710 North 4th Street, Texas 78358. Sirs, my protest is as follows. 2 or 3 years ago, a blacktop road was partially installed on the south side of Myrtle Street and on the north side up to the cemetery gate in front of my neighbors on 4th Street. Note picture A. In picture B is my section of the road on 4th Street is shown on a gravel road that I have maintained for 12 years. This is in Fulton city limits. No mosquito control, no road control, no weed control. No. The cemetery fence has been torn down since Harvey and never replaced. And they use the road to dump their trash, creating a huge maintenance problem during Harvey. City trucks parked there and destroyed my city sewer pipe. Cleanout, sorry. Bobby Sims, I believe, replaced it at my fence as I had to have a sewer. The line was sent for the bill. Thank you. The bill was sent for reimbursement, but I never was contacted. Value of the property should not go up until the city cemetery is replaced and the road blacktop like the rest of it, and proper mosquito control is in place. Thank you for hearing me. I look forward to hearing from you. Zoe in Compton. The attached photo A says my road with an arrow pointing to her gravel portion of the road. Photo B is 4th Street and Myrtle Street, which are indeed blacktop. And C is a photo of cemetery. I assume is visible from her property. The photo D shows a cemetery chain link fence. Photo E is another, E and F are both photos of the Fulton Cemetery.
So is that the fence she's saying is no longer there, Dee?
Yeah, I think so.
See, and I'm having a hard time figuring out.
In B, her evidence did not specify what D is a photo of. Only that A should be noted, and that B is her section of the road on 4th Street that's gravel.
But she says in her other comments that the fence around the cemetery
It's
has
gone.
not been replaced.
Right. And indeed, there's a photo of a fence. I can't tell you what that is. She didn't explain it.
So point of order, Charlie. And she's ticked appraisal ratio exceeds appraisal on her protest. And yet she's giving us evidence that, I'll be polite here, opinions are kind of like ears, everybody's got a couple, you know? But
Well, we need to listen to the district's evidence.
Yeah, we haven't listened to the
Okay.
district.
Okay.
Because it's there, it rests on disprove that it should not go down.
Okay.
Or to prove that it should not go down.
Just shows her road, but are these all trailers over there, mobile homes over there? Are we-
Let's let the district do his thing.
Well, I'll use my rebuttal period to answer the question. There is an RV park adjacent to her property. There's like a fence and an RV park.
Like, where is she?
It's on Fulton Beach Road. The cemetery is there to the left.
I'm kind of confused what it is.
And Fulton Beach Road is fairly steep. Right here, this is Myrtle Street. And then this isn't one of the entrances to the Fulton Cemetery is right here. And I think there's another one over here, maybe on this side. And they paved this portion of it for the purpose of funerals. You know, you don't want a rough pothole. And they paved that. These two parcels that are not owned by the property owner benefited from having their road paved. Hers is further down in the entrance to the cemetery, so it is not paved.
So she actually has frontage on Fulton Beach Road?
She does, but there's no access from Fulton Beach.
No
Road.
access.
Yeah.
And then
That's
right
a
next door to the north of her, that's kind of,
It's a J&S RV park, yeah. That's right.
All right, ready, Anna?
It's the cemeteries that whole 1 something.
Yes.
477 or whatever.
19422.
Yeah, that number.
Quiet neighbors.
Yes. Very quiet.
All right. For our evidence, the property ID is 51342. It sold in 2008 for $500,000 to the property owner. The 2019 market value was $543,780. Just a lot of numbers. $543,000 was last year, and this year it was noticed at $586,880.
Which was the land. It's all on the land.
You know, do we have the 19 card, right? Do we know what if the value is changed because of the land or the improvement?
Yeah, it shows
Where does it show that?
on these sheets that we get.
Yeah, it's a
Oh, it's
land,
got the 19 value on it?
land value.
Yes. So the house, the improvement went down by 5,
Mhm.
but the land went up
Right.
by 50.
We changed,
Yeah, the land value out there has been getting adjusted as a result, just like any other. And so relevant to that is our sales grid, which is shows sales on Fulton Beach Road, and they're super recent. The first one is a similar brick home on Fulton Beach Road that is it's bigger, but it's sold for $685, giving the subject an indicated value of $619,543.
But it had access from Fulton Beach Road, that's the right.
That is correct. I would assume it does.
So isn't that
We can
considered
check.
a big plus to have access from Fulton Beach Road?
I guess that's an opinion. It could be.
I would think it would be.
Right. But I would say that might end up being a level of detail that it's not going to account for hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, then the next comp is 26592, which is 5158 Fulton Beach Road. It's a quite a bit nicer house, but it sold for $875. An indicated value for the subject at $590,000. 504 sale house was $840,000. Indicated value of $723,000. And then 21 Old Cottage Beach Drive. And sale house and Cottage Beach are good examples of properties that don't have direct access to the beach road. And there's one above and one just barely above the subject of this value is part of the indicated value for the subject. And so the median ends up being 608,000. This year we noticed it at 586. The equity, that's for market value. The equity grid, which is what's under protest, shows other valued, and our equity value, median equity value is 586,118. The comps were picked directly from nearby properties that are using the same land table, similar age, type homes, similar market. Some of them are nicer, some are super small, but the adjustments on all of them, some of them are as low as 8,000. It's comp number 3 is a very, very close value. The total adjustment only being 18 grand, so it's 586,818. We're at 586,880. So
How can that be an odd number?
how can what be an odd number?
Their address.
Their address is an even number, 710 North Fulton.
No. Comp number 3.
Oh. Because the addresses just go down the road.
The less.
You
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's unrelated to this property, but the addresses don't have to be odd, even left and right. They can be.
This comp you're calling out, number 3,
Yes.
does it have access to Fulton Beach?
I know. Let's find out. Hey, Ray, can you pull up 8810523? He does. Looks like it has paved access to Fulton Beach Road.
It's like a way nicer property.
The house is definitely nicer. Yeah.
And it also has
Well,
access.
I don't know that the house is definitely nicer, actually. Hers is kind of covered up by trees.
Wait, hold up. Okay, so hers is where?
To the north there, next to J&S. She's got a lot more land.
She has a lot more land,
Wow.
but no access to the beach.
Right. And, I just want to point out her case was not that she doesn't have access to Fulton Beach Road.
I know.
It was that her access is gravel. And she has to maintain this portion of the road that is not on her property. She maintains this so that she has the kind of access she wants to her property. Her only other alternative would be to build something like this. She could have access to Fulton Beach Road, but her property.
You could actually have very nice access to it. I mean, it looks like there's a section where she can go right in between the trees.
But I'm not sure that gives you more. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know that driving up from Fulton Beach Road, that's what.
I don't think it makes it any better.
She's
I
got a
think
lot of
it's-
trees and, she got some protection.
Yeah, look at all those trees.
Ray, can you repeat the land portion of this account real quick?
Sure. What would you like to see?
Trying to see if we have anything in there, in any of them.
What are we looking for?
Okay, so there is a 70% adjustment on her land value.
Okay, because of the RV park?
It's for both the RV park and for her.
Because of not being gravel.
Yeah, it's not on paved road.
Sure, yeah.
Being next to an RV park is really not much of a problem. I mean, you're gonna be looking at the bay, not the
She's got
RV park. It's
She's not
not
that.
a bad RV park. It's one of the nicer ones. And they, I don't know how much of an issue that makes, but the road is definitely different. So there is an adjustment because of how it's situated, sort of tucked away on the water.
Well, there has, I mean, the size of her land compared to that other one that you just showed us, I mean, she's like almost 3 times the size.
Yeah.
And so you're saying she's given a discount of 70%?
No, one of her land segments has an adjustment on it, reducing its value from what it would be. And the reason for that is we agree that her access to her property is a little odd. And it's just an opinion, you know. Is it better that it's tucked away and it's not, you know, nobody's gonna pull into your driveway at any point and you don't have to turn on Fulton Beach Road? Is that better, or is it worse that it's not paved? You know, is it better to live next to a cemetery because it's nice and quiet and pretty flowers, or is it depressing? It's just an opinion. Right.
Well, and you knew it when you bought it, so.
That is correct. It's been like this. I don't even think it was blacktop when she bought it, that portion of it.
I don't think it was either. Cindy, where are we?
We're kind of, you know, when we do the affidavits, it's pretty much reading the letter and or whichever. So
I think we should make a motion.
okay, and so what's your thought on this? It's appropriate?
I think so.
I think it is appropriate. I don't see any reason to bring it down in value.
Right, and I mean, wow.
We're just addressing the meeting down below, right?
Yes. But wow, okay, so on account number 51342, where the district has placed a value of 2020 value at $586,880, taking into consideration the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal. I think it has been demonstrated by the district that this is absolutely not exceeding the median level. So I make a motion on 51342 account that the 2020 value absolutely remains the same at $586,880.
No, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Is that it?
Oh, I believe there's nothing else in the docket.
So then we come back at 1 or 1:30?
1:30. Just
Ready
say
with that?
1:30.
Wait, hold up, Ramona. Is there anything else now?
Be back here at 1:30.
Say bye, Ramona.
Bye.
Bye.
Muted.
parties.
So we're on now.
What case number is he?
1173 and 74.
Okay. It's mass time, ladies and gentlemen.
I know.
Let us know when you're gonna go get them, Val, and then we'll mask up.
Okay,
We're rolling, so it's whenever you are ready.
Is Ramona in yet?
She's not. She's not asking to be in either.
Oh, they have 1:30 yet.
and you've got the accounts, Scott.
Yeah, it's
We got the
these,
sanitized
it's
station
RBY
over there,
here.
And we'll clean up this pad after every individual. We'll just clean it up after they touch on it.
We should probably just kind of once over everything after somebody's here. You mean the desk there?
The
and-
desk, the chairs, and that thing.
And then anything else. on the
Hopefully
layout.
they're not touching the walls as they're coming in, but I mean, yeah. The handles of the door, the outside door, they shouldn't touch anything else.
You may want to pull one of the chairs out of there, because if it's just one person, you don't want to have to clean 2 chairs.
Good point. I'll do
Because if
it.
there's 2, you
I
can
got it,
slide,
Mike.
you know, just put it right over here. You know?
Yeah, here, over there, I'll scoot this one over. And if
See,
they
and
need
just
it,
like stick it over there, right?
Right here. I mean, you
So
can
that
always-
way if they need
You
it,
can
we
always
got
get
it.
it right here.
Yeah.
Just signal me and I'll grab a chair for somebody. But I imagine people will just be coming individually.
Oh, excuse me, guys. Oh, and I ate crab with garlic butter and Cajun seasoning, so sorry. Brushed my teeth and mouthwash good, but it was delicious. I'm so happy.
We have crabs coming to the trap now. It's been light early in the season, but now they're coming and I'm gonna pull them today and make some. So. Very good.
Well, you know, it's funny because even at the Bullen Pot, we had crawfish late. We had a lot later this year than normal.
Yeah,
It was good, but now it's done. It's over. No more.
that's always sad.
It is because I love crawfish.
All set.
Do you see Ramona yet?
Oh,
Nope.
Kathy's not gonna be here this afternoon.
yeah, Kathy was playing today, I think. She said,
She didn't say anything.
no. Kathy.
As far as being here or not.
yeah, she didn't say anything to me.
No.
For your reference, if you ever see, you know, where it says type on your listing, if you ever see OLA, that means it's an online appeal, which means you won't see a protest form. So like you were looking for one earlier, you won't see one because it's done online. So it's just a little quirk.
And A is affidavit,
A is appeal.
appeal, okay.
So we did have a call in and an affidavit sent by email just now, so we will have another hearing after
Okay.
these two. Y'all ready for me to get him checked in and
Yeah.
bring in?
Well,
Okay,
we're missing 2 people.
yeah, so that's why I wasn't sure.
Ramona, well, it's still not 1:30 yet.
No, I know. I will have to take his temperature and do the little
You can go
chart
ahead and
fill
start
out,
that.
so,
You have a quorum.
Yeah, we have a quorum. You
Okay.
Go ahead.
okay,
So the other person's a phone waiting, right?
yes.
So I can see them here. They're waiting.
Do you know this person's name?
Looks like Richard Yogs.
Hi, Ramona.
Is she on?
You there, Ramona?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
All right, you're set. They're bringing in the first live person.
And he's alive, Ramona.
Huh?
Alive.
Donna said
What's the case number?
a red car parked in the drive-through. Okay, and it's where the drop box is.
Oh, I didn't go with them.
I thought that was odd. I was like,
Yeah, it is a nice spot because it's shady.
Do we know the case number yet?
yeah,
1173,
Okay, thank you.
page 5, top of the page.
and then he has two. He has 1173 and 1174.
Mask?
Hmm?
You have your mask?
Oh, I have.
Yeah, good.
As long as you have one.
We have one person
Oh,
that's
okay.
coming in. Or at least at 1:30.
And it's on page 5 of your sheets. It's the first, and then after the first one on page 5, we'll be doing the second one on page 5 with this guy that's coming in
Same
live.
person?
Yes. And he's coming in live.
56154 and the next one after that.
1173 and 1174.
Oh,
Oh, this is gonna be so much fun.
Not really.
Yeah.
Not really.
Which case was this?
1173.
Page 5.
RBY investment.
Yes.
Is 170 RV park or house?
1173 is
170. What is that?
It'll be in here.
all right, sir.
How are you doing?
Hey, doing good. Mr. Yaws?
Yes, sir.
All right. I represent the district, Mr. Yaws. Charlie Powers right there is the chairman of the ARB.
Okay,
And we'll direct the meeting.
good to meet you.
Yes, sir. Operator. Are we ready to go?
I think we're rolling.
Okay.
You can go get Scott after this.
Yeah.
starting with case 1173.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that 160 or 170 Ford Avenue?
170.
170, okay.
Opening a hearing on case number 2020-1173, account 66659. This hearing is being recorded. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We're spread out around the room here.
Yeah,
We have one person on Zoom.
Okay.
So we have 5 members. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or on surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it.
Yes, sir.
You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
It's all been.
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. Beginning with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
Oh, sorry. I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Doug, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I am the notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm also physically located in Texas.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And we'll read this out. State your name.
I, Richard Yells, do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Do you hold a license?
No, sir, I do not.
You have a chart there of the procedure times.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to go first, or would you like Mike to go first?
I'm perfectly fine going first, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay, so my second page of evidence, there's a piece of paper that's got black with a little bit of red in it. And that is for my comps of directly next door of my property, which is the Palm Harbor Marina. We do share a property line. So the Palm Harbor RV Park, which is my property, is currently valued at $393,359 per acre. It's 4.3745 acres sitting on the Intercoastal Waterway. From 2008 to 2018, the Palm Harbor RV Park was valued at $98,882 per acre. The Palm Harbor Marina is currently valued at $308,771.93 per acre, and it's 2.85 acres sitting directly next door on the ICW, and also has water on two more sides offering boat parking. From 2013 to 2018, the Palm Harbor Marina was valued at $225,000 an acre. For the tax year of 19 and 20, the Palm Harbor Marina improvement value was $120,000, making the sites worth approximately $57,428 each. My sites are virtually identical in size and condition, so if we use the site valuation from next door, I would have $588,570 worth of sites. The recall is worth approximately $187,000 and $187,890, and that is what it's insured for, and I have brought my windstorm paperwork for what I have it insured for. I have a bathhouse that is on the back of the rec hall that is insured for $25,000. It's a very small little building. And the pavilions I put up this previous year, I spent roughly $4,000 building them myself, so I assume they were probably worth around $5,000. If we use next door's evaluation at $308,000 per acre, it would come out to $1,350,000 worth of property. If we use next door site evaluation of 5714 times the 103 that I have, it comes out to $588,570. If we add the insured value of my two buildings, the 187,890 and the 25,000, plus my pavilions at 5,000, we come up to $217,000 worth of structures. If we total everything up using next door's evaluation plus insured valuation, we get $2,157,180.63 for a total evaluation. But how can my land market value be the exact same as the property next door with water on three sides? If we look at the historical tax figures, my property has always been worth more than 50% less per acre than the marina property. So with that value in mind, the property should be worth around $154,000 per acre, making my total property value $675,000, plus the improvement value comes out to $1,500,000.
You have another minute and a half if you want it.
Again, the marina next door to me, that was always the higher property value. It's always had the boat slip parking.
Can you point it at, can you look up
The
there?
marina is this property located in the top. This is this. Now, this marina building is gone. It is no longer from the hurricane. Oh, okay. And so this marina building is gone. I went yesterday and I physically counted every slip that he had. And when I did, I came up with 21 active slips. He had 18 of them filled yesterday with 3 that were ready for use. Our sites are virtually identical in length. You can see that going down. And quite frankly, a lot of my sites, like say on this row, are very obsolete because they're not but 25 feet long. So I have a very limited amount of people that I can put in some of my sites because campers are getting to be so big. And so a lot of that is getting to the point where a lot of my spaces are obsolete. But
Now, why do you say he has water on 3 sides?
because he's got, this is all water out here. This is the bay. This is the canal entry to the Palm Harbor subdivision. And this is also part of the canal. So I actually own this house, and this is how my survey is shook out. This is my personal house right here. So when you look at how it is, he can park boats on docks all the way here, all the way here. And that's why his property has always been worth more, because it has all of the boat parking. We can't park boats on ours, just look at the back and fish.
Okay, all right, so the district has 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 5 minutes to present.
So just for reference, looking at the waterfront attribute of the subject property, looking at the summary page, yeah, continue on. It's on the identical price per square foot at $9 per square foot, using my cross-examine time. The one that's referenced right next door, there was an ARB determination, both for the number of sites that that property owner in 19 testified to, for the number of sites that were active. And so if he has more sites now, he did not come in and tell us that, hey, I got more sites, charge me more. So we let it a 2019 value roll. That was a decision done by this board.
Right, I remember.
Okay. So instead of 21 sites, he only has 12 sites that he is currently being appraised for. That's an error, but that doesn't make his wrong. Secondly, value, it was a determination to go to a straight $1 million property instead of a $1.2 million property. As far as the price per square foot, I will show you. that the price per square foot for this property right here, this, you can bring that up.
It doesn't.
It's
include-
$9 a foot. It's $9 a foot.
Does that include the marina or not?
I will
Or
show, I will
whatever you
show you
wanna
the card.
call
Just pull the card up. So this is the one next door. And it's got $1 million value, sorry. It's got $1 million value. And the land element, commercial waterfront, is $9 a foot. Just leave it alone, please. $9 a foot. Close that. Commercial waterfront, $9 a foot. Instead of a $1.17 million valuation, this board gave $1 million valuation to the whole thing. I believe, and I'm just going off of recollection, but I believe that property owner talked about sloughing on the backside of their bulkhead and bulkhead work that was necessary.
Yes.
That property owner has not knocked on our door and said, hey, I've got that fixed. So that value still stands. I just want to point out the difference is that this board recognized an effective change, a physical change for the property comparison, for that comparable property. There are differences that are going on. As far as the $9 a foot, that's what we have on the subject property as well, $9 a foot. As far as the sites that are used, the 21 sites, obviously, the subject property owner for the comparison next door indicated that they only had 12, okay? That was under testimony, under oath, okay? They have not said, hey, I've got 10 more sites or 9 more sites than you had me for last year. Go ahead and bump me up. No, we either right or wrong, we have held that value in place by this board based on a decision based in 2019. Having said that, I guess that's my cross-examination time, Cindy?
Yeah, I just put 7 on the timer, so.
Okay, go ahead and hit the light if you don't mind. Okay, so I'd like to go into my evidence. The subject property at 170 Port Avenue was a sale that occurred in late 2018.
2018?
Late 2018. Its relevance today has to do with the mobile home park valuation. This particular sale was one of the sales that was used to increase everybody's price per site as it related to a commercial trailer park situation. Not only was the property value increased last year, but the property values for all commercial RV parks and mobile home parks were increased as a result of sales that occurred. The subject property was one of the sales. Now, we currently have a valuation of 2.99. The subject property is 3.5 was the sale, 3.150.
That's what it sold.
That's what it sold for in late of 18. But that's not all. There are other sales that have occurred. Okay. There's one on Mesquite. That's another RV mobile home park that sold for $4.75 million. Again, affirming our price per site of our what's called a CTP, commercial trailer pad, of $10,000 per unit. Comp number 3. Another one on Smokehouse Road had a valuation, a sale price of 2.125. When compared with the subject property, produces a value of 2.5. The one on Rattlesnake Road produces a value of 3.012. It's just looking at the number of sites and the differences, the land value difference. Of course, the best comp for all of this is the subject itself. Sold for 3.1, little over a year and a half ago. What is it, 8, so coming up on 2 years, but sold for 3.15 million. I do want to point out that the only thing under protest is comp equity. So we're about to go over equity, which is 0 It's number 2, which is appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal. These are what other RV parks are assessed. Jim Smokehouse Road, you're looking at the number of CTPs that are exactly congruent with subject property, meaning that they are assessed at $10,000 per unit. The next one on Aransas Mobile at 188. Again, if you look at the number of CTPs, it's going to look at the differences of the number of CTPs that the subject has. So this is a really good example. That one is assessed at 1.489 million. Now you look at the number of CTPs. The subject has 103. Column number 2 has 92. Very close. There's only 11 difference. And if you look, what is the adjustment? That's 11,000. That's 11,000. 11 times 10 per unit. That's 110,000 per adjustment there. Median level of appraisal is 3.07 million. The subject property is currently appraised at 2.908 million. That's the median level of appraisal. Is that it for the? I'm done. Okay.
And I'm sorry, can you just, because I'm not seeing it right off the bat. When I look at this comp equity, where are the things? The
median equity, you have to go down. It says median equity value is 3.07.
No. I'm talking about
Commercial trailer pads?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, CMP.
CTP.
Oh, they're called C. Awesome, thank you. It was like, oh my God, what is?
That is the closest. It's 103 to 92.
Got it.
That's just one example.
Got it.
It is the closest, though, isn't it?
Well, there's another segment that has 66, but those are, again, it's adjusted correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, so sir, go ahead.
You're comparing them to properties that are not on the water. These are on the water.
What was that?
She said they're not on the water.
Right, we just have other, we have other RV parks. There's a difference in the land value because, because
it's
there are.
better to be on the water than not. That was my point. The other ones.
But hadn't that been addressed in what's subtracted out?
Subtracted or added in the land value, that's
Right.
correct. There's an adjustment for the land value.
Well, at that point in time, though, when you compare some of the other sites that had the same $10,000 evaluation to me, their sites are 50-foot deep, where the deepest I have is about 35 feet. A good portion of mine are 25 feet deep. So I can't house 40 and 50-foot big RVs. We have to turn a lot of them away. And so, again, my sites are so tight that that park's been there since the late 60s. And a lot of campers have just outgrown what we can house. And it's kind of sad because we have to send them down the road because we just don't have room for them. So I don't see how you can say $10,000 per site is what all of them are, because they all have concrete. I have grass. They have 50-foot deep. I have 25-foot deep. And also the other protest that I have after this is 160 Port Avenue, the little house on the corner.
Wait, don't talk about it.
That came with the purchase of the RV park for $3.15 million. I also received a 60 horsepower cab tractor that came with it. I received a 103 or 4 horse track skid steer that was valued at almost $80,000 with this purchase. I received a bunch of stuff to finish out the new building that we have. I got a lot other than just that property. I didn't spend $3.15 million on 170 Port Avenue. It came with a book of business. I bought the name. I bought signage. I had a lot of things that came in there. So to say the 3.15, and I did pay too much, but the owners financed me for minimal down payment because they were going to carry the note so they could get more for it. So my valuation is just, I go back to next door with his 21 sites, and y'all may have it wrong, but all I can do is go count and see what I see and put it next to mine and his condition and my condition are virtually the same. I took the price per acre and just divvied it out to the land, and that's what it comes out with, that he's at 308 and I'm at 393 per acre. I mean, that's a big difference.
Okay, and you still get another 2 minutes for rebuttal. Now, when you say you took and you divided it,
Yes, ma'am.
are you saying you took the land value or you took the total property
No, ma'am, I
value?
took the land value that is on this form. He's got $880,000 for land, non-home site value, and he's got $120,000 in improvements, and that's how I divided it up. So I took the 880 and I divided it by the 2.85, and that's where I came up with 308, 771.93. I did the exact same thing on mine and divvied it out, and that's where I came up with directly next door, I'm at 393, 359 per acre. And again, I only have water on one side, he's got it on 3. And he can park boats on it and everything else and you know, rent those spaces. I don't have that ability. All we can do is fish. Boats can't even get up there because it's so shallow. So it's really just a view and kids fishing for hardheads. So I don't see how every RV park can be claimed for $10,000 per slip. And I would have protested last year, but I did not receive my mailer. And by the time it came lost in the mail, I called and was told it was too late. So I had to pay it last year.
Okay. Now, district, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, in breaking down the other items, you said last year you paid for the 160, that was included.
That was included in the sale of the park,
That's
yes,
okay.
sir.
What was the other things you indicated?
The equipment that came with it, it came with a cab 60 horsepower Kubota tractor.
Kubota?
It came with a John Deere, I think it was 103 horsepower skid steer.
John Deere's, okay, skid steer.
It came with a bunch of commercial mowers and weed eaters, electric supplies,
Mowers.
flooring.
Okay.
And all of that we either used or sold just to put back towards the note to try to basically get us through while we were getting going.
Okay, do you still have the mowers now?
The mowers, no, sir.
Okay, what'd you sell the mowers for? I'm just trying to get a value.
One of them sold for $5,200 and one of them I sold for, I think, $4,400.
About 10,000, is that?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
roughly.
All right, let's continue. What about the Kubota?
The Kubota farm tractor, that one sold at auction for, I believe, $33,000 or $34,000.
33,000. And the skid steer?
The skid steer sold at auction for, I think it was $63,000 or $64,000.
$64,000 for a skid steer?
The new price tag on that machine new is 91 or 92. It's a big machine. And they bought it after the hurricane to clean up. Came with gooseneck trailers. They had sold a big farm in Kansas and brought equipment down here. And it came with the part because they just wanted out.
Is that the total finance price was the 3.1, sir?
3.15 million is what it was, yes, sir.
All right, so 231,000, what it looks like, is what he's testified to.
Minus the duplex that y'all have now valued for 188,000.
No, I added that in.
Oh, you added that? Okay.
Yeah, that's last year's valuation for that.
Okay.
For 160 port was 126,000. I'm
Yes,
using
sir.
last year's value because.
Yes, sir, that's fair. That's fair.
So that's 231,000, rough numbers. 135,000 minus 230. 1,000 minus 231. That equals 2.919. 2.91900. What do we currently have appraised on the property?
290839.
So we're good.
But my question is though, is what do you put a worth on signage? What do you put a worth on a name that I bought? That's not a physical property. So
Yeah,
you,
it's not real
when you
property.
look at some of that, that's real estate that you really can't put a value on.
Yeah, I understand.
And that's the thing, is it's been there since 1969 or 1970, so a lot of people know about it. It came with their phone number. I mean, I physically bought their name. I DBA'd the Palm Harbor RV Park.
Right.
And so I don't know how you put a value on it to say that piece of property is worth $2.9 million. And I don't know how a 25-foot site is worth $10,000 when somebody with a 50-foot concrete paving site is worth, with underground power and everything else, is worth $10,000. That's just not a fair evaluation.
Well, I appreciate that question, but if somebody has concrete pads, those are actually, the concrete itself is actually assessed.
Is assessed separate.
That's
But
exactly
what
right.
about when you look at depth? Because
Depth,
I'm talking.
we have not had a market, and this is just the
No,
market.
I'm just talking.
Yeah, we have not had a market value say, hey, because these are longer, they're gonna pay X number of dollars more. We don't have what's called a paired sales analysis tell us. And the reason for that is because you have Circle W, you have Woody Acres that have these varying sizes, and they're older too.
Yes, sir.
You know, so they'll have the 30 and 40-foot sites, and then they might have some 50-foot sites or whatever. But when you look at the gross numbers, that $10,000 per unit is the most congruent, and from our standpoint, is the fairest evaluation for equity. And just for the record, that's the only thing under protest is equity.
It's just the valuation of how can next door be worth the 308, how is mine worth 393? How did his sites come out for 57, or mine come out for 10? And that's where my argument is you have a 25-foot site versus a 50-foot site. They're not both worth $10,000 because the 50-foot sites do get more money. They demand a higher price.
Yeah, and all I could testify to you is my knowledge of that.
Absolutely.
What that was protested for, they swore under oath that they only had 12 sites. They swore under oath that they had problems with the backside. If I remember correctly, they had problems with the backside associated with the bulkheading. And this board heard those physical damage things.
And I have the same bulkhead issues as well, but if you can count it, sites right there, how many there are.
But also, I do want to make it very clear, those 12 sites were as of January 1st in 2019, okay?
Okay.
So that, that it's 10,000 per site, period, okay? That's an argument there, it's not gonna change, okay? We're basically, but we need to get back to each one of y'all, get a 1-minute closing, okay?
Sure.
And I think that's what but I do want to make it clear that this appraisal review board in 2019 said, the owner of that property said, as of January 1st, because that's the only date we deal with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That property that's not yours, they said they swore, they made testimony that they only had 12 sites on January 1st of 2019. Okay. So we can't even argue that value of 5 versus 10 or whatever. Okay.
That's fair.
All right. So anyway, so your closing you've got a 1-minute closing, and you need to direct that to us as to why your value should be lower.
So I think for the reason of my value is strictly with the price per acre off the math that we have from these two pieces of property, that mine has always been lower because I have water on one side. He's got water on 3 sides. I can't park boats on mine. He can park boats on his. We have identical 306 foot apiece of ICW frontage. And when you pull in here, he's got boat parking all the way through here that can be rented for property. That's why I believe his was always considered worth more per acre than mine. All I have is 306 foot, and you can even tell, I mean, I may be off a foot, but on Google Earth, it's 306 and 306. We have identical waterfront on the intercoastal, but he has all of this parking for extra vessels that they can bring in for revenue that I cannot. If we look at history, he's always been worth twice per acre what I am.
Okay, all right, District Chair, 1 minute.
Yeah, I'd like to just say that the only thing really under protest is the most equitable thing the district can do is look at all the sales information and discern what attribute is the most congruent for RV parks. In our opinion, it's been what's called the commercial trailer pad. We do not have parent sales analysis that tells us that a 50-foot site is different than a 30 or a mixture thereof. Maybe at some point in the future, they will actually break that down between 50s and 40s and how much those are doing. But definitely a $10,000 site per value or value per site is not only warranted and proven in the marketplace, but you can see from our equity grid that that's exactly what we assess to other RV parks. So from an equity standpoint, it's identical. Furthermore, when you're looking at the land value, we showed that the $9 value and the $9 value for the one next door, those are identical. The only difference was what this board acted on from a sworn statement from the adjacent property owner for a condition that existed on January 1st of 19. And that's it.
Okay. All right, so now the Appraisal Review Board gets 5 minutes during which we discuss and come up with our answer.
Should I go outside for
No,
that?
no, no,
Okay. I've never done this
You get
before.
to, and I know.
Okay.
No, we want you to know what it is we say.
What I see, we distort it to some extent his comparison to the adjacent property. So that I don't think is valid. The business of 30 or 50-foot sites has never been shown. We have never seen that as a parameter in the sales of these things.
Ramona, what were you saying?
Excuse my language here, but I'm having a brain fart. But what do we call the economy of size? Does that play into this piece of property at all, Mike?
I was wondering about that.
Much property than the place next door. So I'm wondering, does he get something for that?
When the market value, economies of size and scale are driven by the marketplace. And so it would make sense.
By the marketplace?
They're driven by the marketplace. They tell us where the land breaks are, meaning so much dollars per square foot or so many dollars per acre. So his sale actually validates that a larger parcel will sustain a $9 per square foot for the entire space. His sale warranted that. I'd like to say furthermore, that's the reason I was asking you all the stuff about the house.
Oh, absolutely.
And the Kubotas and everything. I wanted to see off that 3.1, and that's why I went through that math, and it still comes out to 2.919, which we're at 2.908.
Yeah, but how do you charge me property tax on a book of business and signage and a name?
It's not. It's called. Yeah, I don't, and that's the reason I don't. It's because it's never considered. It's not considered in FDIC lending because it's called blue sky, and it's called intangible personal property.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, you brought up the point of talking about the 30, the 40, the 50, and there is a difference of pretty much $100 per month for extra 10 foot that you get. So the places that have the 50-foot long spots, they're getting literally 200 to 300 more.
It's not borne out by the sale price of the parks.
Yes.
So that's what we're dealing with.
That's just what they bring in revenue wise.
And the other thing is.
Okay, I was just asking a question, and but we need to discuss this. Woody Acres is a fairly large park too, if I'm not mistaken. And it just recently sold?
Yes.
Is that what I saw, Mike?
Yes.
Well, to Mesquite.
It sold recently this last cycle. And you can see that sale was the Mesquite one that sold for $4.75 million.
What was its acreage?
I don't know. It's not there. The difference in valuation from your land to their land is different because you're waterfront and they're backside of Fulton. But the number of CTPs bears out for the $100 or $10,000 per CTP.
Well, 1,000 per CTP, that plays out on every single one period.
Yeah.
So that
But
doesn't. But the one thing that I am kind of going off that size thing, Ramona, and y'all, is there is that thing where your circumstances under which you bought it when the price and you pay more because and I don't know if his warrants that, but
The arithmetic that Mike did, and I was doing a similar exercise down here when we came up with almost the same answer, is that, when you take those other things away from the purchase, you end up with 2.9.
right, but he overpaid because the owner was financing it.
Carried the note was zeroed
Or
down.
carried the note, so he was able to, I guess, get the note or whatever, And
Yeah,
so
but
I don't know if that under our jurisdiction, because there is that thing of the circumstances, and I forget the exact terminology, and I didn't bring my book today. When they pay more than market, or not more than market, they pay more, they realize they're paying more, but it's because of extenuating circumstances.
But if you take the 3.15 and subtract all those things from it, you end up with the same answer of 2.9.
She's talking about adding on considering.
I'm talking about something else, Charlie. You pay more money because it's the only way you can get it.
Yes, I mean, she basically.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be.
No, I understand.
And I don't know if this fits those circumstances.
I don't see that.
I have a question. The fact that we, as a committee, reduced the price of the property next door at the time, thinking we were doing the right thing.
Right.
And perhaps we didn't.
No, that has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, in terms of what its value is now compared to what his value is now.
But that was we looked at their information based on January 1st of 2019.
Yeah.
And we made a decision. We didn't make a decision on 2020 on that property next door.
So it's still the same, that was my point.
But that's not, okay. So you can't.
I don't know. I do see his point. He doesn't have boat slips.
No, that's a definite huge point. They don't have all that.
Oh, I agree, that's a very big difference.
Land value.
But when you look at like lagoons, or you look at not lagoons so much because they're not over the water, but what's that Blue Lagoon or something on Fulton Beach Road? They look over and they don't have boat slips either. So I don't know.
Charlie, what are you thinking?
I don't think it changes. I haven't seen anything that significantly changes my opinion.
I'm the same way. I
Well-
don't see a warranted change.
We are only looking at equity, correct?
Yeah.
Mhm. Because because last year they adjusted the whole market pretty much, both inland and in the
Trailer park.
Equity, median equity is 307. 3077 260.
Yeah, it's under the median equity line.
Considering the other properties that are there.
Ramona, anything else?
I don't like blue sky. I can tell you that much.
What do you mean by that?
Why should we have to pay for blue sky? I just never understood that. part of the sales price, blue sky.
What are you talking about?
When you're buying a business, they tell you you're paying so much money for blue sky. It's something that you don't even see. It's part of the business. It's part of.
That's what he was talking
Like the name. It's, it gives you that.
Yeah, it's called ingoing concern or goodwill. It's never.
Yeah, goodwill.
Appraisal, like a real property appraisal, never considers it because it's called intangible personal property.
Was it considered in yours?
So you can't, like, if he were to go to a lending institution, they would never consider blue sky. They would just consider the real estate. And that's why Ramona's indicating she doesn't like it, because it's one of those fuzzy areas. It's just
It
a
is
thing.
very fuzzy.
Am I allowed to talk again or no?
Yeah,
I don't know. I just, because I thought y'all were deliberating, you still, I didn't know.
We
if I
are.
could talk.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm not trying to be sarcastic. All I'm saying is when you look at the land valuation of what is directly next door to me, price per acre, how can mine be $93,000 more per acre, $90,000 more per acre? That's not fair. We share a property line. We have identical roads, identical everything. And he has more because he can park boats. I can't.
I understand what you're saying, sir, but what we did last year plays into what is happening this year with your property. So that we really can't count that piece of property because it has a value that we set on it last year, which will be good for this year as well. And that make a huge difference. But when you look at the sale with Woody Acres, which is got, if you look, the trailer, the CTPs are at the same cost. Gosh, it left me.
We need to wrap this up.
We do.
I'm not seeing it more.
I'm not seeing it change.
I don't know,
Okay.
Kathy, what do you think?
Kathy, what do you think? I mean, because it's $9 to a square foot to.
$9.
This is $9 square.
That is 2.85
No, okay.
divided into 880 for square footage price.
We need to.
All right, Ramona,
Yeah.
so are you thinking at this point?
I think that there's, we could argue 1,000 different points here. But I think that the numbers speak for themselves, and the fact that what they actually sold for and what the equity value is what we're looking at. What the properties that the district showed us bring the median value, as I said, to 3.3,077,261, which is significantly higher than his 2.98.
Okay, well, and I mean, I do see a point about the square footage and all that, but part of that, well, that was affected by a ruling we made last year. But, at this point, we don't know what the old value and all of that. So actually, right now, I'm gonna make a motion unless somebody has something else.
Go ahead.
Okay, on account number 66659, where the appraisal district put a value of $2,908,390 for the 2020 value. And when we consider the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, I make a motion that we leave the value at the $2,908,390 for the 2020 value.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. That hearing is closed. We'll now move on to 160 Court Avenue.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Case 1174.
Opening a hearing for case number 2020-174, account number 66660. In accordance with tax code section 4145A, all written material that has not been provided must be provided. We got it all, right? Okay, just need to make sure. Our members considering the protest have not communicated with anyone and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I'll start with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I am witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature. I'm a notary public, and I'm doing this via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I, Richard Jones, do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, who'd you like to go first?
Let him go first.
Okay.
For the record, the only thing on the protest is incorrect appraised value. This is case 1174. The subject property is the house. We kind of talked about this a little bit. It was the house associated with the sale that occurred in 18. At that time, we attributed $126,000 to the valuation of the property. 126 and change. What do we have? We have other sales that have occurred in and about that Palm Harbor area. And so this particular one is at 109 Port Avenue. This particular sale is sold for $436,000. It's newer, it's nicer than the subject property. When you adjust it and look at the property value when compared with the subject, it only renders a value of $213,000. The comp number 2 was another sale that sold for $265,000. Again, when you compare it to the subject, it's nicer, it's newer than the subject. It's not quite as big as the subject, but when you compare it to the subject, it only renders a value of $214,000. Comp number 3 is on Gary Bynum Road. Again, this is a better class than the subject. It's bigger than the subject. It's about the same age as only renders a value of $187,407. And the last one is Starboard. This is a little older than the subject, but not much. It sold for $273,000. It's a little bit bigger than the subject, and its land value is definitely better. So it only renders a value of $125,699. When you look at the median value of all of these comps, it renders a value of $200,254, which supports the $186,230. Again, the only thing under protest is market value. There we go. That's what we got.
Okay, is that all?
Yeah, that's it. That's all. Because the only thing under protest is market value. I'll entertain any questions from the ARB.
I wanted to ask, oh gosh, here we go. the Wamplers, did they have an over age 65 on this property, on this house?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, Ramona?
Did the previous owner have an over age 65 on this house before?
The property owner's shaking his head no, and I don't, unless I look into this, no, then the answer is no.
Okay. Was there damage to this house and from the hurricane, and did we have a completion on here back in 18?
In 18 or 19?
19, sorry.
Okay. In 19, okay, in 18, there was definitely some damage that we had. Let's go to 19. Let's go to 19.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Harvey 75 in 18. And then in 19, I'm looking at 19 right now.
The appraisal district lowered the values based upon how horribly the houses were wrecked. So that's what, when we're talking about these Harvey 75, that's what we're talking about. Okay, just so you know what we're on.
Click into there. All right, last year we had a value of 126. Go to summary. Here's summary.
Right.
And let me look at the value of the structure was 96,000. The value of the land was 28,000 and change. So close that out. So it looks like, go to 2020. It looks like both.
Both years had a functionality thing.
The land went up, and then I think we had a neighborhood adjustment just due to sales.
The land almost doubled.
Yeah, the land doubled. Go to,
Actually, you're right, it did double, period.
is that 2020?
No, it did. 26 and 26, 52.
Oh.
I'm just worried. I'm looking at the improvements. That's what I was looking at.
There was 120% adjustment for the neighborhood just due to sales. So there were sales in the neighborhood that there were sales in the neighborhood that warranted a what's called a neighborhood adjustment, and so you just throw an adjustment on that neighborhood, and it affects all of the improvements within that neighborhood. Furthermore, the price per square foot, I believe, went up, and that's why the land value went up. So if we're going to land. Okay.
It's his time.
Yeah, it's $5.
I've been on my tongue this whole time, I think, but
Hold up.
Yeah, it was $5 plus
$5 a square foot.
last year. This year, no, maybe there was an artificial adjustment in it. Could have been an artificial adjustment in the account because it was $5 per square foot. It's $52,000 for land right now. So was it a? Oh, it was $275 a foot. Okay, we were okay. Sorry about that. It did go up. The land did go up.
Okay, all right. So now you've got 2 minutes that you can like cross-examine and then 5 minutes for presentation. So I'm giving you 7 minutes.
okay, so on the back of y'all's first page of evidence, you've got my property chopped off with a Port Avenue that runs through it to get to the marina and the Palm Harbor RV Park. And that is an easement. So I'm being charged for a little over 2,000 square foot of property that is a road easement. You can see that in your cut down right there when you had the red lines up. So not much that I feel I should have to pay for when you work on that road that goes through there, because
That's easement, all of that?
yes, ma'am, this here is all an easement. So Port Avenue, the address on this is Port Avenue, the address on this is Port Avenue. I don't know how I can be charged for a road that I can't put a gate on. The other factor is a lot of the houses you comp me against for waterfront homes, that are foundation homes. That house is pier and beam. It's got very unlevel floors. It did have a lot of party damage. After I purchased the park and finished that building out up on the top there, we came down to the house. I did side it. I did put flooring in it. I added some windows that had been blown out and boarded up. That house did not even have central AC as a new home. It has prepackaged exterior air conditioners that don't really cool it. Come July, you can't get it below 77 degrees during the day in that home. I went down the street and y'all got me at 75.57 per foot. And I don't think it's far off. I truly don't think it's far off because it's been spruced up and it's a decent home. If you go down to 140 Port Avenue, you have the Haran Living Trust home that is just up the way. I don't know if you can keep trucking a couple more houses. That house right there, it's got a carport, paved driveway, it's got a front yard, it's got a backyard. That particular home there, y'all got him down for $69.49 a square foot. And again, he does have a carport, some storage and a fenced in yard. And it's just a better lot than what I have. Pier and beam, similar construction and just about everything there possibly could be. If you want to go to 148 Port Avenue, it should be back the other direction, I believe. Right there, that brown house, that one there, y'all got them at $37.56 per foot. Granted, it's not as pretty as mine. It does need siding. So I'm not saying that mine's worth $37 a foot, but I don't think it's worth $75 a foot. And I don't know how I can be charged $5 a foot for roadway easement I cannot use. That's all I got.
Okay, I'd like to ask that we measure that.
Is that easement going right up to your front door almost?
Basically, I think it's a utility easement that runs through there and under that house for a gas line.
The red line is just, it's the center line for the road that's off. The red line is the center line. You're talking about that curved red line?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I've never seen it.
This is a Port line center. It should actually be like right in the center of the road, so.
But as you can see on this one here, this is just grass for a driveway.
Where are we at on our time?
He is in his time. He has 3 minutes.
So this here is being claimed as my property, and it says I have 10,000 foot where everybody else. So I'm not complaining about my price. My price comps per square foot against what everybody else in the subdivision has.
What do you, if I could just cut to the chase, what do you think, like, we're at 126 last year, we're at 186 this year. What do you think your price is worth with all the things you have wrong with it?
About 135,000, 140,000.
Okay, I think it's worth a little bit more, but I don't think it's worth the 186. So, okay, I was hoping we could get there real quick.
Wait, we can spit a number out. Let's just talk. Let's cut to the checks.
165.
Would you go 150?
How about 160?
Man, you just got me for 900,000 more than I wanted next door. Come on, you can't give me something.
Okay, let's go ahead and let's see what a factor of 70% taking off a whole bunch of this land here, just taking that off for this easement. Let's just throw an adjustment factor. Let me look in there. Let's just see what I'll tell you, I'll offer you something else real quick. Just go in economic 70 or land adjustment 70, go into adjustment 70, and just put easement. All right. Recalculate. So the easement's taking the land value from 52 down to 36 and change. And then let's do something for the air conditioning.
Now, where did you adjust him to?
I just put an adjustment in the land for the easement of 30% off. That's what I did. 30% off.
30% off.
Yeah, I think that's
rough.
Yeah, okay. And then he needs something for that AC because that sucks on water.
Yeah.
So let's go into the account and let's go into let's just go into the MA there. and make sure we have the right deal. I just want it to stay in future years, sir. That's the reason I'm doing it this way. Yeah. Let's just give a functional of 80% there. See the functional? Hit recalculate.
Didn't that change the class of the house a little bit?
No, class is good. It's a 3. It's already a below average house, so
It's a 3 SS.
yeah. Just do summary. Yeah, I agree with you. It's 144. Say the number.
144490.
144490.
That's fair.
All right, so you're good with that?
Yes, ma'am.
144490. I make a motion on a 66660. Huh?
I was just telling those adjustments stay in there when we do it that way.
Will it stay though, like next year?
Yeah.
Are y'all gonna come in again though and bump it up another $30,000 where I have to drive down here for
If
this?
sales occur, then it'll go up proportionally, but those adjustments should stay in there.
Okay.
That's my point.
I make a motion on account number 66660. That the appraisal district for 2020 value had at $186,230. That when we consider the possibility of incorrect appraised market value, it is appropriate to adjust that down to $144,490 for the 2020 value.
Second,
Second.
in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Done. Hearing is closed.
All right, Richard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I'll, Charlie, did you tell him I'll get something in the mail on both the first one and this one, and then it
No.
tells them the
If
steps.
I'm not satisfied with our first one,
It tells you the steps
show
you
me the
can
steps
take.
we can go. Okay, we'll see y'all then.
You won't see us,
I don't know who I'll see, but I'll see somebody.
but it's not us.
Try.
Have a great day.
Yes, have a great week
you.
after the 4th.
I'll walk out with you and need for you
I'm
to
pleased.
sign a book. Okay, here's our next.
Thank you.
What number are we doing?
We are doing case number 698. Scott should be the only
Thank you, Richard.
person
Appreciate it
in
very
the waiting room.
Trying to figure out what it came
It's
from.
Sequiera, SEQU.
Do we have the affidavit?
We're 698.
Page 4, second one down, 698. 46506.
Oh my gosh.
Case number 698.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we can have it in person. No.
Not in person, but I'm gonna bring them in.
These off?
This
They
is
are-
killing me.
They are supposed to be this person that's waiting, so I'm gonna bring this person in and hopefully it will be them.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead and start. I'm gonna wash my hands and clean this area while you're going.
Hello?
This is
Lord.
Diana.
Diana,
Diana?
Yes, this is Diana Cicada.
are you with us?
I am with you.
Okay. Yeah, ask you a question. Did you sign the affidavit?
I did, and I emailed it to Beth.
Hey. In that case, we're going to have to go through some administrivia for the governor. Just bear with us. We're opening
Okay.
we're opening a hearing on case 2020-698, account 46506. The hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. At the table is myself, Charlie Powers, Secretary Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Date, and Ramona LeBlanc is on by Zoom. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest.
Okay.
Comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I am going to go under the assumption, Diana, that we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, I emailed her my affidavit form as well as a copy of our closing statement.
Okay, very good. Thank you. ARB members that are considering protests have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I will begin by I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do swear that violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.
I'm going to tell you something first. You're cutting out a lot, but I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm a notary public. I'm witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Diana, I am going to assume that since you signed the affidavit, that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you.
And my name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Ramsey County Appraisal District is correct.
Do you hold, Diane, do you hold a appraiser's license?
I'm sorry, it's kind of difficult to understand what you're saying.
You hold an appraiser's license?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have in hand your hearing procedure times? It's a chart with 4 columns on it. It was page 5.
I do.
5. Excellent. Okay. Then who would you like to go first? You or the district?
I guess I can go first.
Okay.
Wait, and before you do, I'd just like it to be noted on the record that the affidavit, she's only checked incorrect market value, but on our sheet, which I'm assuming it must have been an online
Yes, it was an online.
okay, which is why we don't have a copy of it, but it shows both incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of A.
That's the protest document, so that takes precedence.
Absolutely, and that's, I'm just making sure that this is noted.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so Diana, now you can go with your 5 minutes.
Okay, well, I am protesting because after looking at the comparable sale prices that the ARB provided, I see that the average sale price, if you're going to include ours, which was sold at $69,500, would be $62,634. And then on the actual ARB comparable form that was included in the evidence, has a median value of 67,890. Our unit doesn't, these little units, they're 300 square feet. They don't have a kitchen. They don't have a living room. Basically, it's a little hotel room. And if we're, going by the sale prices of other units that are just like ours, selling recently, 76,220 is above that value. I guess that's all I'm sorry, yes. That's pretty much all I have. I mean, that's what I have to say in a nutshell.
What did you ask, Ramona?
I was just telling her she still had more time.
Oh, okay. All right. So, ma'am, you're done with your presentation right now?
Yes.
Okay, so the district has 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes for presentation.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. When you purchased your property back in July of 19, did you, was the property complete?
Yes.
And you paid $69,500 for it?
Yes.
Yeah, she wins on 67,890 as far as the sales comparison approach.
6, 7, 8, 9. So ask her if she'll.
What it should be.
So what?
67,890 is what it should be. That's the median.
Sales comparison, what's equity?
Equity is supported at 76,220.
Okay, wait, so 67,000.
But you take the lower of the two.
Yeah.
67,890
Okay.
was what her condo.
Okay. Ramona, did you have anything to add? If not, I'm going to go with the 67,890.
Nope, nothing to add.
Okay.
Are you all right with that?
I am good with that,
Ma'am?
yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So, and I just want to confirm. So you are saying, you, the property owner, are saying that yes, 67,890 is an agreeable and appropriate appraisal for 2020 for your property.
Yes.
Okay. I make a motion on account number 46506 that the appraisal district had placed a value of $76,220. That considering the possibility of an increased market value or the incorrect appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, I make a motion that we lower the 2020 value to $67,890.
Second.
She seconded.
You second?
Yeah, second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Diana, it is done, and you'll get a document in the mail.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I will. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We're in a 2-minute recess.
All right.
I agree. And a fan. One of those cooling fans with the water that, it spits the water.
You have any hot flashes?
No, it's warm in here.
Hot flashes, Charlie, for God's sake.
Is this the next one?
I don't know. I just got some. Just come and see how you're doing.
Scott's doing well.
Thank you.
I don't mean how they're doing. I mean that colloquially, where they are in the docket is what I really want to know. I know they're doing fine.
I was just addressing what you said.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody else here out there?
I don't think so. I think they're on the phone or on Zoom. I think we only had one in person today, but I could be wrong.
Did you do Peg Jones properties yet?
Nope.
Oh, it's double-sided. I was confused.
I was confused about that too.
Did that. Did. You're missing a page. Page I think you're missing. Yes, yes. So y'all haven't done RBY yet either?
We did RVR. That was the one that we were doing when you were not in here.
Okay, did y'all do that? You didn't do this though yet?
No.
I
Is
didn't
that the
realize
next one?
that's all they have.
I don't know.
Like, there is no kitchen.
If that's the next one, then I'll be doing that. This one's coming.
I didn't, did you know, I mean, we drove by there a lot and I didn't.
They're tiny.
I'm gonna let you.
In this case, the hotel. Some of them have balconies, some of them don't.
This room's so warm.
It's really hot back here.
It's crazy. It's probably just the sun, I guess.
Well, the sun shouldn't be doing that.
Oh, but there's no insulation.
Check the air. I know.
It's cold in the winter and hot in the summer.
But
Not definitely. Well, because 300 square feet, that doesn't hardly even leave room for a toilet and a
Okay.
bathtub.
It's a heat index of 102 outside right now. That's why.
Well, and you know what? We're not normally this close to the wall either. We're normally.
What outside?
It's a heat index of 102. It's 91, but it's a heat index of 102.
And it's only
Is Val the
just
one that knows?
begun.
yeah, she's on those.
Did you have fun not looking at us last week, Mike?
Oh my gosh, I worked so hard. I had to go to the chiropractor yesterday because I did something on my neck, my back. I worked outside in the yard. I was sweating my
Must have
tail off.
died out there. It was brutal last week.
Oh my gosh, you're not kidding. I mean, every
It's
day.
Still, even today, it's like still, there's no air.
And it's just the moisture just sits there in the air. Ugh.
Look,
My house today and they're like dying.
at noon, we was watching the weather, you know, at Corpus Station. They're supposed to have 110 heat index tomorrow
Here?
in Corpus.
Well,
Yeah.
Same thing.
Same
Be a
thing.
little less here.
I'm so happy I got my spray foam insulation. It's so nice and cool and dry inside. And my electric bill is nothing, man. It's like 200. Like normally it would be 2 or 3 times that amount before because I was so inefficient before. It's crazy.
Like walls or your attic?
Both. The attic, all the spray foam insulation in the attic. So you go into my attic and it's a cool space. Which one are we going into?
It's Oxley. They're here in person, so mask
He
up.
is here in person?
What number is this?
2020-900.
Eamon's gonna handle it.
2020-900. Page 6, item 2.
Oh, goodness.
Uh-huh.
But I still don't, I don't know which one.
Oxley?
It's page 6.
900.
It's the second one. It's 2020-900 Oxley, Earl Oxley. Come on, I'm coming to your house. Because of these masks.
Huh?
Because of the mask. I'll wear the mask.
I won't have to wear her house if you're both there.
No, if I'm at report, it's like, we don't have to wear them.
You
No, we don't, Eamon.
can't be 6 feet away from each other. at the house.
Yes, we can.
You put it on
That's
TV.
all muffly.
What?
You get all muffly when you got your mask on. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you noticing how muscly that Amy looks.
It does look muscly.
What?
She said muffly. I heard muscly.
I see.
Thank you
Well,
for
I
that,
was
Ramona.
thinking muscly. What'd you do?
You're welcome.
Work out all weekend, Eamon? What's the deal?
I watched my wife and daughter work out.
Supervise.
That seems nice. That seems better.
My middle daughter is going to Georgia this December for junior nationals for weightlifting.
How old is she?
She's 9.
That's awesome.
How much can she lift?
Let's have them to practice with, or she have to go someplace.
Her coach is in Pflugerville, but Pflugerville, just north of Boston. He used to live here in Rockport, but yeah, we have to travel for it, Boston and that kind of thing.
So she in competition.
But so where do you go here for her to practice?
Our garage. Our garage is like a gym. It's got a weightlifting platform and a bunch of stuff.
How did she happen to get into that?
What's that?
How did she happen to get into that?
Well, my wife does Olympic weightlifting, and she had the girls do it like as a try this out, what you think. And 2 of them were not that interested in it, and Nora just stuck with it. She likes it. Really into it.
Earlier in my career, I worked with a little Peruvian engineer who taught her short thing that was into weightlifting like that.
Yeah.
And she would eat 5,000-6,000 calories a day.
Yeah.
And she, work it off at the gym. We told her one time, man, if you ever stop lifting weights, you're just gonna go, like this, and you're gonna balloon up. She goes, no. She goes, it's the opposite. When I don't work out, I'm not hungry, and I don't feel like eating, so I lose weight. And she actually started it because the doctor encouraged her to gain some weight, and she was really thin. And this was her way of, building her appetite. But she really got into it.
Yeah, she's she can clean and jerk about 22 kilos, but she only weighs like 28.
Okay.
Bigger body weight. It's her total is more than her body weight for her snatch and clean and jerk put together. So
Was it just lifting? Yeah, she does.
Yep. One of them you lift and put it over your head, and the other one you just flip straight over your head.
Lift and jerk, whatever they call it.
Yeah,
Here to here,
snatch and clean and jerk.
Whatever.
Yep. That's it. She went to state, second place. The kid that got first place at state was 10 kilos heavier than her, 3 years older, and the daughter of 2 Olympic gold medalists.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so like fair enough. So that'll be fun. The whole family's gonna go to Georgia for a week.
In summer?
It's in December. It was supposed to be this month.
I postponed it for
Yeah.
That's a shame. So maybe by then, what did you say, December or September?
Early December.
December. Oh, well, you got more time to practice.
I know she has more time to get it too. Like, it's weird. She's not just improving, she's growing. She's physically growing. Her progress is just proportionately unbelievable. Sure does make mealtime interesting though. When she doesn't want to eat,
Yeah.
like, you have to. Like, you have to eat. It's not about eating your food. It's like you need to. One of her goals for this year is to gain weight.
Okay.
She has to eat more and gain weight.
But you don't want to be fat. You just have to have.
No, but she's also like, she has a lot of things. She has like an immune condition. So she's allergic to eggs, wheat, and milk.
Oh my God.
So the amount of things she cannot eat would blow your mind. She can only eat.
Those things are in everything.
They're in everything. She can eat normally. She can eat one thing from one restaurant here in town. Everything else is completely.
You can eat meat and chicken and things like
Yeah,
that.
but the problem is the meat's made on
cook it.
things that have dairy products or eggs on the same surface, or if it's deep fried with stuff you eat in it.
Oh, you're on the same surface?
Yeah, she's really allergic to this stuff. Like, we found out the hard way, over and over. Pretty rough. We finally have quite a stockpile of emergency medications and stuff.
So what does she eat?
So she basically already eats kind of like the diet of an Olympic gymnast. I mean, she eats meat, and vegetables, and produce, and rice, and, you know, we
Potatoes
all,
and things.
Very plain.
Potatoes have, you said she's yeast or not? Just
she's okay with yeast. Some things like, if she has high histamine foods on a regular basis, they get to be a problem. So if she were to eat pineapple every morning, it would be a month before she got pineapple. You know, like she was, it's like whole body hives, and she had asthma attacks, and like her skin will crack and bleed. Like, yeah.
can't she take shots for any of that?
She can, but the thing is, everything they give you to completely control it is such a strong steroid that it affects her ability to go through puberty normally.
Well, plus she would be able to compete if she'd be on steroids.
I don't know what the rules are for that. Probably not. Probably not. But we'll see. Like as she gets older, you know, by the time she's in her early 20s, there's a chance that she could just like take a huge amount of immunosuppressive drugs and just force her body to see if it'll adapt to it. You know, just like eat bread and take a bunch of drugs for it and do that, and just your life will suck for 3 months. It's possible that you could get through it, but you know, we're just trying to give her a chance for her body to just grow normally. It's really not that bad. It's just an odd thing to have to accommodate. Like, you know, our meals are weird in our house, and we cook all the food that we eat, and everything's just really different. You know, we used to have pizza.
You eat what she eats.
Yep, we eat cheese. And on her birthday every year, nobody's allowed to eat anything she can't have at all.
Oh, man.
Anything what?
Anything she can't have. You know, you can't even go get some butter on your portion of whatever. But yeah, and she's allergic to other stuff too. She's allergic to dogs, and you know.
Now
seasonal allergies.
that's horrible.
Her allergy to dogs is crazy strong.
Oh,
Crazy.
no.
You know, they do allergies on a scale with a number, and it's like 1, and every 1.5 or 2 is like another category. Her number for dogs came back from like the 60s.
Oh, she can probably get from here to there and get more.
Yeah, she can't go into anyone's house that owns a dog. So,
Cats too, or just dogs?
just dogs.
Just dogs.
Are you kidding me? Because cats are
We have a cat.
extremely.
We have a cat. When she was a baby, we had a dog.
See, I'm allergic
We
to
didn't know.
cats.
She was sick all the time when she was a baby. We had a dog, but we didn't know
You didn't know
what she was allergic to, because you want to start eliminating things, but it's so many different things. It's almost like you're just chasing a ghost.
We had to figure out she had all these problems.
We had to do a ton of blood testing. She can't do the prick test. They had to do blood panel testing. We tested her for all kinds of weird stuff. We tested her for like grapes. We tested her for all kinds of things.
Well, hopefully, maybe when she gets a look, because they're also doing stuff with the shingles
So if you do this ring to the right,
thing.
and I feel
that
this spin
it-
around,
You know, because I've got whatever, you know, to
Yeah.
where I
should be where
tend
you
to break out in them. And,
Yeah.
but supposedly the taking the vaccine when you're really young, but you have to be careful. I mean,
Right.
that it can help knock out some drugs.
Yeah. Her diet's super clean already, which is good.
this is case number 900. Last name is Oxley. Back to you to sign in a moment.
Ready? Who's back there? Scott?
Thank you.
You ready?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Oxley?
Yes, sir.
We've got some administrivia to go through. Just follow along with us, okay?
Okay.
Thanks. We're opening a hearing on protest number 2020-900, account number 12722. This hearing is being recorded for the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We're the board minus one who's on Zoom. So there are actually 5 of us.
Okay.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence in the system, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest has not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and am signing to that effect. And I am physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm the notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
So, Mr. Oxley, if you will state your name and then read the sentence here, beginning with I do solemnly swear.
Okay, the name is Earl Oxley. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And you'll sign.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Oxley, do you have an appraiser's license?
Appraiser's license?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, the governor made me ask you that. You've got the procedures in front of you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna follow that one side or the other. Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
The district can go first.
Okay.
So the subject property is parcel ID 12722. It is the Cedar Lodge Motel in Aransas Pass.
Yes.
The let's see here. The valuation this year, along with a lot of other properties, is moved to income. This is an income valuation 2020. There's a bit of a story with this one, but I'll just walk through the worksheet explaining how we got to the notice value to explain what it is. The subject property was noticed having 21 rooms because I drove by and I counted the number of doors and there's 21 doors. And then the rent was given based on rent on hotels and motels is published in a book, a fact book. They have to report it to the comptroller. So it was pulled from that, and the vacancy and expenses were similarly abstracted from market data, which showed a net operating income for this property at $117,000 a year, which would give a value of $944,000. The cap rate in Aransas Pass is a little bit higher than it is in Rockport. So it's a cap rate of 10, and then they have a pretty high tax rate. If you can look on the last page, it shows there's several other motels that are treated exact same way, kinds of expenses, and the same kinds of vacancy and everything. You can see the cap rate's different. It's higher in the case of the subject because it's in Aransas Pass, and a higher cap rate usually indicates a lower value. That always indicates lower value. First things first is the expenses in our initial model for hotels and motels has been shown to be a little bit too low. We put them at 55%. It seems just, we don't have an infinite amount of time to look at everything, but on what people are bringing us, 65 is more accurate. Higher expenses than what we had assumed. So that's the first step. But also, on speaking to Mr. Oxley, the number of rooms is not 21. Several of those places they're not rooms, they're doors. And they look like rooms, but they're like storage or laundry facilities, places that just because of the layout of the building, it looks like other rooms, but it isn't. They're necessary. And we discussed the income on this property, and this is one of a section of motels that needs its own category with a lower rental rate. So on that basis, if you see the settlement offer at the bottom, it was the number of rooms has been corrected from 21 to 17. The room revenue was changed from 25,185 to 10,950, and the expenses are bumped up. So all of that across the board indicates a market value of 311,430, which is what was offered. The previous year's value, I believe, was like 180, 175, something like that.
176, yes.
176, and
that was based on?
That was based on a depreciated cost.
Depreciated cost, okay.
Yes. And the 311,000 is based on a more accurate picture of the indicated market operating income of this property, which is about $30,000, $32,000.
Sir, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 5 minutes to present.
Okay, the cross-examine, I would just, I have a couple of questions about, last year I received the bill from Aransas, or not Aransas County, I received it from San Patricio County. And I've been paying it there for the last 23 years or whatever. And this is all new to me. So that's my major complaint, that the value of my property is not $1.3 million. That's just not.
I totally agree with you. I think that's why I was saying, I think that the 311,000 is more realistic. As far as the San Patricio giving you the bill, your taxing unit is the Aransas Pass ISD, and all of the collections for APISD are done by the San Pat assessor collector, even though you live in Aransas County. Kind of a strange thing, but Jerry Cox here in Aransas County does the collections for ACISD, and the assessor collector in San Pat does the collections for APISD. So you'll get a bill from them.
Does that mean I'll get a bill from Rockport or Aransas County?
Yes, you get a bill from Aransas County, Aransas Pass ISD, and I think the city of Aransas Pass, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so those will be, the city of Aransas Pass and APISD will come from San Pat. And I am fairly sure that you get a bill from Jerry for Aransas County ISD.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
I've always got a bill.
Okay, just much smaller. It's a smaller proportion of it.
Very much smaller.
Right.
Like,
yeah, the vast majority of your property taxes are going to be the school district. So that's why your bill comes from them.
But we haven't had.
That's true. That is true.
But the motel never changed location.
Right. You say that there's a school. School's been out.
Okay, you still have 4.5 minutes. If you have anything that you
No, my biggest complaint was the difference in the amount of taxes. The one I got this year is, they wanted $28,000. I don't make that much in a year. So I just have to close it. It's something like that. It's ridiculous.
Are you comfortable with the 311,000? That's a dramatic change.
Yeah, it's a
Where is that
dramatic
number on
change,
here?
but
It's, which one?
the value has always been around
He just-
175,000.
Yeah, but we
The
did
very
change
last
techniques
thing
this year.
in the
Yeah, that's
ACAD
what you don't
evidence.
Yeah. And
Go to
that's
ACAD
just-
evidence, it's the very, and it's literally
That's the
on
way
the
the
very
state wants
last
them to
line.
do it, so that's what they've got to do.
But, I mean, you're saying $311,000, what does that turn out to in cost for me?
I have no idea.
Because this is just the value they put on your property.
Let me see.
We have no idea how.
But do you show that?
I can, because it's, yeah, because this thing is an income value, the tax rate is on here.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind, this is last year's tax rate, so we don't know what this year's tax rate is. This
Last
is,
year's mean 2019.
that's right. 2020's tax rate doesn't get set for another couple months. Estimate would be 7,661.
That's like double.
It should, yes, it is almost, it's just close to double. Because your value was 175, and if it doubles, then it's dollar for dollar in taxes.
See, that I can't afford. I don't make that kind of money. And with the coronavirus and all the crap that's happening, I'm gonna be in the hole. I'm definitely, I had to pay that. So, I mean, that's, in my opinion, that's just wrong.
I understand, I mean, but as far as,
Damon,
yeah,
did
yeah,
did they require this?
yes. Yeah, I mean, the state checked our values across the board, and our hotels were one of the areas where we really fell down. Fundamentally, the problem is your motel has been assessed as if it were actually worth $175,000. But the reality is it's worth more than that. Making the income that it makes, it's just worth more money than that. So if you were to sell it, you shouldn't sell it for $175,000. That would be a poor idea. You'd be leaving money on the table. So we have to have our value be what the thing is worth when someone buys it. As far as whether or not the proportionate amount of taxes is bearable, I think that you might have a valid point. There's nothing I can do about that portion of the equation. Our job is to get the value correct. And I think that this value is very reasonable. But again,
Because you have to answer to the state, am I correct, Damon?
right, it's not a discretionary thing. We have to be at what these things are gonna, if you do end up selling this and it sells for more than we have on it, it creates a problem. We're supposed to be at whatever number this thing is worth to purchase. The proportionate taxes on it are out of our scope of work.
I wouldn't, it's worth that kind of money. I don't think I'd get $225,000 out of it.
Okay.
Well, and unfortunately, what has happened is after the hurricane in this area, it brought attention to the area, and there's only so much property on the water. And so people are coming in from all over and purchasing up properties, be it motels, hotels, whatever, storage units, homes. And so everybody, the state has come in and told the appraisal district, it isn't our appraisal district just saying, let's get more money. The state has come in and said, you are way below and you must make this up and get this amount. You must get up to this level. And this is one of the ways that they can start getting to that level. It's mandated. It's not a choice. So anyway.
I don't understand, kind of confused a little bit. How did we get from 944 to 311?
A lot of things changed. This is a very atypical motel for a lot of reasons. They charge a vastly different room rate than the market average. Over time, the average in this area has both gone down and up. What comes in that fact book as an average daily rate for a hotel now includes everything from motels like his and some of the other smaller 10, 20 unit motels that charge anywhere from $30 to $60 a day to Airbnb and VRBO rentals that are charging $400 to $600 a day.
Exactly.
So the average ends up being a difficult number to parse out, especially because at the bottom of the ADR, a lot of them don't report all of their rents. So they don't even show up in the book. So as we got more and more information, that's one of the things that changed was the expenses. Everybody across the board is being offered. The number of rooms was corrected, and the room revenue was reduced significantly.
And it's because
I don't think his room revenue is $25,000.
See, and he actually gave Eamon information, and it helped him. That's why the big change. And if other people don't give Eamon information, he can't change the numbers. But he gave him actual information, and that's what allowed him to come down almost 560,000. So that, I mean, that's why he wants people to give him the info, because
Get us back on track.
So now, it is the district, cross-examine.
I don't have any cross-examination questions. I just wanted to point out, you were saying that you think that your opinion of value of it is somewhere around 225?
Yes.
Okay.
And no more than that. I had 21 rooms. I now have 14 usable because of the storm. And I didn't have everything insured, so I wasn't able to replace everything. And I'm still working at it. One room for every 3 months or so to get back to where I was. I'm not even close to where I was 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, whenever it was, the hurricane came.
Sure. I think those are reasonable considerations. Nothing else to add.
Okay, so sir, now you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Well, I really don't have anything else. Only thing I was really griping about was the difference in the, such a vast difference in the price from last year to this year. That was, and that just alarmed me.
Do you understand why though?
Not really.
Okay, it's due to the way property is valued. It used to be on a depreciated market value. Now it's on an income stream, and the state has mandated this. That's primarily the reason. You said
Mr. Oxley, if we go with the 311, it's come down from 944 to 311. That's a pretty dramatic drop.
940.
Well, you're right now you're sitting at 944,940.
It shows that way because of how our system. He was actually noticed at well over $1 million.
Mine is way over $1 million. It's $1 million.
Very high. This was the most. This was the one account that if he didn't call me, I was going to lose my mind, because I knew that this was
okay. So
super high, but it was an equity.
Sometime we're going to talk about why that didn't show up on here. But
sure. If you want.
From over $1 million to 300,000.
But he's still saying he can't
Yeah,
sell it.
but see, what I'm saying is that with the coronavirus this year, business has not been well, plus I lost 7 rooms, basically. I'm 1/3 lower than.
You took that into consideration, did you not, in your
No.
calculations?
No.
You did not.
It does not take that into consideration. The fact that
Why not?
the expenses that he has outstanding from the storm, from damage that needs to be further repaired,
Right,
that he wasn't insured.
right.
The problem is, when you're doing a mass appraisal, you can't decide whether somebody was or wasn't insured.
Right, you can't check
I
into
have
it.
to treat it as though it was being run prudently, and therefore everything's completely insured. But
Okay,
if somebody were to buy it in this case,
Well,
that's
see,
a thing,
Can't we
that's the
take that into
value.
consideration?
So-
what I would say myself is I couldn't sell it for $311,000 the way it sets.
Yeah, and I think that that's reasonable. I think what he's saying is very reasonable.
And the
value
amount-
difference from the notice to what the numbers we're talking about now is huge. But it's because this is one of the most far outliers. This one and a few others that I can think of off the top of my head are way outliers. And next year, they won't even be in the same property category. They'll be classed completely differently.
okay.
So we could take into consideration lack of income and lower that 311.
Well, and what was that other number?
Can
200?
I ask Mr. Oxley something?
Yes?
Mr. Oxley, is the building repaired from the storm?
No, I'm missing 7 rooms. I had 2 rooms completely blown away that I haven't replaced. And I've had a roof tore off of one of the buildings that had 4 units in it, and now it only has 2 because that's the only 2 I can use. And that was the building that wasn't insured, and that's the one that really hit me.
Yeah, I'll point out that when we spoke earlier, I must have misunderstood, or I wasn't under the impression that several of them were still that damaged. But there was, we had to call several times, there was some miscommunication as far as like rent rates and occupancy and the state of the building.
Yeah, and the majority of my customers are basically older, single people that have their own vices and don't want to go to a nursing home and stuff like this.
Sure.
That,
Yeah.
independent on their own.
I don't understand something here. You have rooms down here at 17 in your settlement offer.
Yes,
He says 14.
yes.
If you change it to 14, what do you get?
I don't know,
Can you do that?
maybe.
What is it, 14? It's less than 17.
Because we're just changing one part of it.
Calculator is mine, oh, what the heck? What's it doing?
That's my house phone.
We can't hear it.
You can?
No.
Oh, good.
It comes up to basically the same number as you thought.
255.
The 311?
220? Okay, all right. So,
Yeah.
okay,
Again, I don't think he's being unreasonable.
all right. So, sir,
Yes, ma'am.
the 220. Okay, last year you were at a total of 176.
Yes.
320. Okay, and so would it be fair to say that this year 220 would be a fair 220,000?
Compared to, yes.
Anything compared to what it was. Lord.
Because that's, I mean, just in the market, I've been there for 23 years. And, but this would be such a shock and change to my everyday. I would have to eliminate other things
I understand.
and to be able to pay the taxes. I'm not the kind of a person that.
Okay,
Get us
All right.
back on track.
all right, so, is the 220, with that 1,000 for 2020, is that a value that you would say that's a
I
fair?
would say that's a fair, because that's what I think that I could sell it for. I don't think I could sell it for 311,000 unless I just got somebody that didn't have any brains.
Okay, Ramona, I'm gonna make a motion for 220. Do you have anything to add?
No, I'm better with that.
I'm too.
Let's do it.
Right. Okay, so on account number 12722, where the appraisal district for 2020 value had put the value that we see on our paper at $944,940. And considering the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and considering the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, I make a motion that we lower this value to 200,000 for the 2020 year.
Okay, second.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
220 it is, sir.
All right. So,
You okay with that, Mr. Rockley?
Yeah.
Good, you'll get a document in the mail. Thank you very much.
And also, if you'd fill out the survey, we would surely appreciate it.
okay.
Thank you so much for your participation.
All right. Thank you.
Now,
Hey.
why don't we see the right number on the sheet?
So, Scott, pull over PAX real quick. It doesn't matter if it's this one.
This is like the second or third one we've gotten.
Yeah, well, it's something I hope that PAX can change. They're very obstinate about changing their software for us for any reason. Go to the
Turn this
property.
light up. I can't see.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I want to show you like on values, like what I'm doing.
You,
No, go to the income tab on this
So like
property.
here on this, but you see how my value like is going from this, well, it went to that.
Yeah, but it's coming off cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll do that.
All right, so. we need to
So
get in
really, the
property.
bill he gets, it won't be for more than his appraisal won't be for more than 220, right?
You guys just gave him that value.
I know, but what we see on here is 944, but what he actually got was over a
No,
million.
it was 220. It was right here on value. Right?
No.
There's what it said.
She's talking about his notice. But go to values. Show you
That's
why.
kind of freaky. I don't like that.
Yeah, I know. It's really annoying. And I know exactly why it's happening.
Now, will you hit the other light?
Income. And then
Take the other light off.
Other way.
Like that.
And then go to details. Okay. So, the fun part. This is where all the income stuff lives in PAX. It's not in the normal tabs. They had to build this tiny little subsection because this was like an afterthought. For some reason, even though income is one of the three main approaches to value, they built this software and sort of left income on the back burner. When they added all these income tools, it got stuck in this whole thing. So this is almost like a new summary card. This is like the portal to looking at this thing from an income perspective. But over here, you have tabs. And this first one says direct cap, which means direct capitalization. Go ahead and click on that. And this is what actually drives the value. So this is where the calculation lives for this property. This number right here, net rentable area, is the number of doors into the motel. These numbers, vacancy, operating expense, and their cap rate are added in on this form. But if you go to settled or actual, either one. Yeah, so this is where I can do the same calculation over again and keep a record of it for our work file. And this is basically in a place where I can make an offer. So we'll do our direct stock, that's our model. The property owner brings in their actuals, put in whatever they want. That's their actual income information. And then settled is like a thing that we agree on as far as being accurate for the market, even though it might be different in some way from their actuals. When you go into these other actual and settled tabs, you can change the expenses, you can change the vacancy, you can change the cap rate. But for some reason, if you change the rentable area, it changes on all three of them. And then it's automatic. There's nothing I can do about that. I need to get past.
That's not the question.
Right.
The question is, why do you have an indicated value there, and I have something different there?
Because I can't change, his notice value is as if it was 20 more rooms. This settlement was saying, I want to know what the value is going to be at 17 rooms, which is what he told me on the phone he had. When I change this to 17 rooms, so I can get this number, which is what I wanted, nothing I can do about the monkeys with the direct cap number as well. And I ended up losing it on 2 of them. The notice value, getting it back to the notice value is really difficult. Basically have to go back and check and double check every time we do it. And it was kind of a fiasco on some of them, especially if we were making offers. But this is a fault in the software that really, really needs to be fixed because there's just no reason for that.
Well, so how can we know on our sheets? I mean, somehow we've got to, this is not good.
Well, your evidence is going to be accurate. That's what I'm saying. The stuff that's in your evidence package is going to be accurate. The actual thing that ends up in packs at any given time.
But in our evidence package, it says 944 for the indicated value.
And that's not the indicated
value. And that wasn't the indicated value. The indicated value was over $1 million, you said.
Right.
And this happened last week too.
Did it happen last week?
Yes.
With what?
I forget who it was, but there was somebody who said, no, my thing is this amount. And it was like, yeah, that's because of the software. And I was like, or you said because of some things that they had
the point
exemptions or
we
something. I
need to
don't
be
know.
dealing with real data.
Yes.
And if you noticed that $1 million something, that needs to show up.
Right, right. I agree with you.
Because we're sitting here and we think he's been noticed at 944.
Right.
But he hasn't.
And he's looking at us like we're a bunch of nuts.
Does his property card say
944?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize.
And this happened last week also on an
I
account.
don't remember this happening.
Because,
Okay.
and I asked about it.
Lights.
Could the homeowner have been, property owner been mistaken?
Can I just say this?
That is because.
Can you say something?
Yeah.
What?
I'm mad at the state. I want somebody's number I can call. I don't like this. It's putting small business, small mom and pop places like him out of business. And I don't like this at all.
Right to the governor.
I want a number. I have things to say.
Person you're looking for or the comptroller
The comptroller.
Glenn Hager.
and
Yeah, I know.
the taxing units that institute hotel occupancy tax.
Okay.
It's like the state doesn't care about the little man.
I see what you're saying, Charlie. This is just you're right. This wasn't done correctly. I should have gone back and reverted that number back to what it was when it was noticed and then printed out the property card. I have to do that. I'm basically doing the same thing I was doing it one more time, but I'll try to make sure that doesn't happen.
Maybe write down the number before you begin playing with stuff and then.
No, it's stored in packs. It's just in a different spot.
Okay, you got it.
So did he
What do we
get that
do?
number?
Okay.
That, when he got his
He got a,
that
yeah.
994, he got?
No, his notice was for over $1 million. The 944 is what happens with the corrected number of rooms.
Must have had a
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I did. When I put that number in there, I could not believe it. If you've seen this motel, you would absolutely know it doesn't pass the eye
Okay.
test.
Boys and girls, we need to move on.
All right, we have one more person that's here to have their hearing. We had 3 people that we did not hear from. I've had a call from a person who is scheduled for tomorrow as a phone hearing. They said they are in town today, and if they have to do it tomorrow, they will reschedule. They wondered if you would be willing to hear their case this afternoon.
Via phone?
No, in person.
I don't have a problem with it, because I'd rather, let's do it and get it done.
So that would give us 2 more.
Yes, this one and
The
this one.
the other one.
We also have letters to read. I think we have 3 letters to read.
But we're still, because we knew we had stuff at 3 o'clock anyway.
Okay, so we're only at 3:35?
Yeah.
So we're not gonna push the 2 hours. Okay. All right, yeah,
Okay,
let's do it.
let's do that. And then this case is number 904.
Okay, and Amen, can I ask you one thing? Is there anything on this sheet that, because you said, next year, the small ones will probably, because this is totally different from a La Quinta.
Right.
Okay?
Well, and keep in mind, the La Quinta already is different. It's a
Probably
hotel,
take me
it's a
about 5
motel.
minutes to get
The
him
thing is,
in.
this is
That's fine,
different.
go ahead, do it.
Right,
Right.
so is there anything in this that lets us know this is just a little bitty, it falls into a whole different, is there
Not yet.
any
Next year.
coding anywhere here so that when we see that, we can go, okay,
Oh, it's not gonna ever show up on your docket. That would be like looking at the class of a home on your docket, 5FB.
so if we look in, wait a minute, if we look on the property card, what on the property card lets us know?
It's on the income worksheet.
Okay, what is it on the income worksheet that'll let us know that it be,
There's a type and a subtype.
and it's called a what?
That one's currently, it says hotel, motel. And next year, instead of just motel, it's gonna be called something else. And it's gonna be for the smaller motels.
So a hotel/motel,
It's a hotel and the subtype is motel.
Got
Hotel's the type.
and
You have hotel,
motel,
hotel, and hotel, motel.
and motel is talking about these little things.
Motel, anything that doesn't have interior doors. If you drive up to it and you park, go into it from outside, that's a motel. If the hallway is inside, that's a hotel.
And actually, all of those in our area are different.
Yeah, they're vastly
There's a
different.
bunch
than
of, there's a bunch of them that you drive and park in front and that's it.
So if we look at the property cards, I'm just saying we should look at the property cards, I think.
Yeah.
Before we start with each one of these, we as a board should pay attention. You see what I'm saying, Charlie?
Because
If it says motel, it's telling us, it's giving us, just like a 3SS
Yeah.
is nowhere near a 7 whatever. And so there's some different things you need to look at
and that won't show up on here?
on
Not
the,
on the docket, no.
it's on the,
Why
it's,
not under type,
Where's the type? Maybe I'm looking-
across the top, middle of the page, left to
Oh,
right?
the headlines across the top.
I don't know what type A even means. What does type A mean?
Oh,
I don't know.
that's the type of.
oh no, because see, it's got a status of an H, which I think would be a hotel.
No, that's hearing scheduled.
No,
The type says
Appeal.
OLA, I don't know
It's
what
the
the
type
type
of
is.
appeal.
OLA
It's a
is
type
an
of-
online appeal. A is
They
appeal.
all say A.
A-
OLA is
Oh.
online.
OLA is
Are
online.
you laughing, Ramona?
No, I was coughing.
A was established before there was an OLA.
So if we
They were all
look in
A.
the ACAD evidence on our little, this thing, our iPad or whatever you call these, if you look at that, Charlie.
Yeah.
Then, on the settlement card, is that what you're saying?
It's on the income worksheet.
Income worksheet.
It'll give the
It'll say
taxing
hotel,
unit, the year, the name of the business, if we have it, the type of property.
Okay,
and
All
then,
right.
Right, let's go.
we're on 904, right?
904 to the bottom of page 6.
This is
Thank
on
you.
the affidavit, so when it's your turn, we made it there. Say that because by your signature and just your scan.
Okay. And your name, sir?
Michael Moore.
Michael Moore. Michael, we have some administrative to take care of. Just follow along with us for a little bit. We'll get there. 904. Opening a hearing on protest number 2020-904, account 70828. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. This is the Appraisal Review Board representative. We have one other Appraisal Review Board member with us via Zoom. You'll hear the voice. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed survey form and emailed to pcat.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. It is helpful. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence in this. Is that correct? Excellent. ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I'll start with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Val Smith. I'm the notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
From here, it's what is assigned to you.
I do solemnly swear that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And will you say your name, please?
Michael Moore.
The governor wants me to ask you if you have an appraiser's license.
No, sir.
I'll tell him. You have the times in front of you there?
Yes, sir.
Which would you like to do? Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
It doesn't matter to me. I can have the district can go first.
David?
Sure. So this account is 70828, Redfish Bay Boat House. And you scroll down to the second page, you see a picture of it. It's in Con Brown Harbor. It's a dry stack storage. There's only two in our county that are like it. This one is Cove Harbor. It was part of our change of valuation approaches from cost to income for boat storages. These two, this one included our boat storages. They couldn't be overlooked just because they're different in kind of nature. That being said, they are different. They're really different from regular plain old boat storages. Last year, I'll just make a quick note that the value last year was 1.6 million, which was historically, this thing's been a little bit over 2 million and it was flat value for a long time. Last year, I spoke with the property owner about the cost value of the building, and while I don't think that cost value got us to the correct number, I was in agreement with the property owner that if you're gonna do it on a cost basis, that's what it comes out to. That if we're gonna do it on cost, we have to do it right on cost. Even if what we get is the wrong number, the correct answer is to stop doing it on cost. But if we're sticking with that for the year, I have no problem agreeing to that, saying, we're gonna do it on cost and we're gonna be wrong, let's at least be wrong the right way, right? Anyways, that's last year, water under the bridge. This year, all that was done was I made an estimate of how much rentable space there was for boats in this facility and applied that as an income model, just like it was a boat storage, and then added the value of the land leasehold and the buildings. This is a bit of an unusual property in that the land and the restaurant buildings do not belong to the tenant. They belong to the city of Aransas Pass. And he's leasing them from the city of Aransas Pass. And on top of that, a portion of the revenue from the boat storage goes to the city of Aransas Pass. And on top of that, he still gets a bill for property taxes, part of which goes to the city of Aransas Pass.
Even though he's a renter.
Even though he's renting his land from the city of Aransas Pass. That's how it works. And the note that I have on the last page says that Redfish Bay and Cove Harbor are the only full-service boat dry stack storages in Aransas County. They have their own class, which gives their own rent rate. Their expenses, vacancy, and cap rate are standard for boat storage. So you can see he was noticed at $6,163,270. And just for the record, that is what he was noticed. That is what he was noticed. And the property owner has spoken with me since this evidence packet was even made. So the settlement offer doesn't show up on here. It's showing the equity with other places, including the Cove Harbor Marina. But in light of, he sent me his actuals and his expenses and income, and even an appraisal done by a private appraisal firm. And what was offered was 2.2 million.
2.2?
2.2.
And that's it, 2,200,000.
Yeah. I believe the number was, I don't remember what exactly it was on that thing. It was like 2,026,000 or whatever, but I'm okay with rounding it within reason. 2.2 million was what was offered.
That's what you offered?
Yes, ma'am.
2.2.
That's what we were offered, yes, ma'am. And sorry.
Hold on. That's okay.
It's getting ready to be your turn now.
Yeah, he can do it.
Okay, so now you've got 2 minutes to, I guess, cross-examine, and then you get 5 minutes to present, so I'm gonna just 7 minutes, okay?
He did, we have communicated and discussed why, here, where, when, okay? Like he said, the whole thing different here is we're getting double taxed through the city of Aransas Pass. We do Aransas County, we get taxed all over the place. We had an appraisal done last year because, to be honest with you, the owner was looking to sell the business. The appraisal came back at 1.6 million for the boat barn. The rest of the value was on Redfish Willie's restaurant. We don't own that building, and it's on the video show. He showed you wet slip docks. Those belong to the city. All the money goes to the city. Every dock you see out there goes to the city. The building to the left was the old Gulf King building. We do not own the Gulf King building. We lease the property. I mean, so a lot of this is all leased, and it came back with the value from this company is out of Miami. Okay, Millsap, they gave him appraisal of 1.6 for the business to sit. We sold the business tomorrow, and when we communicated, I went back and got this number. The property, the marina, could sell for 1.6 would be the offering price. So The 2.1, we have closed Redfish Willie's. We're not going to reopen it. If it does come back open, there will be a Redfish Willie's Waterfront Grill is now closed. And if you look on the paperwork that I submitted, the last 2 years, we've lost over $17,000 a year in the restaurant. We have not recovered from Hurricane Harvey. We are at like right around 50% of occupancy on our barn. The restaurant is failing, and it's just something that has happened, and I'm not complaining, all I'm stating a fact. And everyone else knows what's going on around with Harvey, and now we're under the COVID. So anyway, all I'm asking is, and I said, I'll do anything. I would be glad to, if we could come with some settlement. If they say 1.6, you want 2.2, let's go 1.9. I would be glad to do anything that would help our business make it through the next few months to get through this. And I'm not asking to go back. I'm willing to accept more if we could put something together that will work for all of us, because I know it's not just us. I know the county has their problems too. Okay, so anyway, that's my 7 minutes. And like I said, we do not own all the docks of the cities, the bathhouses, the cities. I mean, and we're still paying taxes on all of it.
All right, I'm gonna ask you, because I am not clear at all on what's yours and what's not. So
Okay.
if you don't mind, do y'all mind if I do this? Okay, so is this what we're talking about? Or are we talking about this?
The big one.
We're talking about this right here.
Yes, ma'am, but in the 2.2 Redfish Willie's building, which is where it says 708, 728 right there, the building right there. Yeah.
Oh,
that belongs to the city. That's the old Gulf King building that we're renting from the city for Redfish Willie's Waterfront Grill.
And this your
City. Those were done through the Parks and Wildlife grant. The docks.
Do you own this property?
No, ma'am. It's all leased from the city.
You're leasing it from the city.
We own the building.
The building.
Own the building.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's, so basically what, is it just, this is not mapped out right? Is it actually from here to here? Or?
No, it's not mapped out wrong.
Okay, all right. So it doesn't matter.
It's an odd
though,
situation, but it doesn't.
It's an odd situation, but okay. So this is the only thing that you make money off of.
Well.
And you end up using this because I guess you take these out and have them, and then I come and jump on
Yes,
and go
ma'am.
away.
And we have an agreement with the city on the rent leasing property, okay? On the dot, not property, the wet slips.
So you pay rent for these and you pay some rent for this, but now you're not doing the restaurant anymore, but that whole thing belongs to the city anyway.
Yes, that building belongs to the city.
You were
Yes,
like
ma'am.
a management company running
Yes.
the restaurant?
Well, no, the restaurant we did own,
Okay,
but we were a management company for the docks and what was going on there. We did own Redfish Willie. We do own Redfish Willie's in the business.
okay.
So like I say, it has closed. But
Was it closed January 1st of this year?
no, ma'am, it was not. We closed it
Can,
February.
Okay.
am I in my rebuttal or cross-examination? Either one.
Yes, yes, you are.
Can you pull up the taxpayer's evidence real quick?
There's none.
I have some right here.
I have nothing in here unless, oh, I'm sorry, maybe it's in images.
Is it possible?
So they don't even own the land.
No, ma'am.
No, it's just like Cove Harbor, Cindy.
Got it.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, go ahead and scroll a little bit. Go back a couple of pages. I don't think this is it. If y'all look at your tablets, do you see a thing that says taxpayer evidence?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, for some reason, it's not showing up on the wall, but if you go down to page, one, two, three. Page 3. It says pricing summary.
Yes.
Okay, this is from the appraisal that was done by Marcus and Milchap last year. when the restaurant was in operation. Now, explicitly, it was in operation. That's all I'm saying there is that it was open. But if you look in the top right, it says the net operating income for the restaurant is negative. What that says, the restaurant as an enterprise was a liability.
It needed.
Right. It's better that the restaurant is no longer generating expenses.
Right.
And it's closed than it stay open and continue to generate a loss. Right. The other thing that you see below there, it says restaurant building as vacant, 612,500. It's further down. It's kind of in the middle. Oh, good. Thanks, Tommy. Right. Restaurant building as vacant, 612,500. Personally, I think that is too high. I think that what they're saying is, since it's not generating any income, we're going to add it to your value at cost. I think that this is a too high a cost value for this restaurant. So it's better that the NOI is gone, but I think that this number is even a little bit high. In the end, what it comes out to is this number ends up being what I think right. I think that this is an accurate valuation of the real property here. Because the restaurant, although it's a building and stuff, it wasn't making any money, right? So its economic viability is questionable. If we go to the, go real quick. Well, this is where it all sums up. But that says that the value of this marina, this land, that land, this building, these buildings, and the use of all of them for a business is about 2.2 million if it were a fee simple sale. If somebody were to say, I'll give you money, give me the thing, and stay off my land, right? This isn't fee simple ownership. It isn't. It's owned by the city, by a public entity, and he's leasing it. He doesn't own the building, but he does have full use of the building. He has a lease. The lease is transferred. When he sells this, if he alluded to the fact that they might be selling it, the purchaser will then be able to use any of this stuff with the same agreement that they have with the city. As far as the morality of whether or not they should be paying real property taxes on that as opposed to just the building, which is the only thing he actually owns outright, I have my own opinion about that. I think that it's triple dipping.
But what's your point? Is the 2.12 is
I
correct?
think that there's nothing I can do about the fact that the number I have to put on this is the 2.2. Because we have to, when somebody rents from the county or the city or an airport, we give them a bill for the value of the land and the buildings based on as if they owned it. And they're paying rent to these taxing entities for whatever reason. If I don't do that, I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. That's not how I'm allowed to put it in. But as far as how they're assessed, you know,
That's the appraisal review.
that's beyond me.
That's
I can't
the
do anything
appraisal
about his
review
assessment.
board. Okay, so Amy, did you, because essentially you just used up if you're the district cross-examine in the rebuttal.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so sir, now you've got 2 minutes for protester rebuttal.
Okay. Like, our conversation is at two different sides of the story, and I understand this, but the whole bottom line to me is, I'm really getting hit all the way around. But I think last year our tax bill was what, you got it here over $60,000 last year, if I remember correctly, and more the previous year with, going out to everyone, plus the lease, okay? And all I'm asking is that we do utilize, and I understand what he's saying, but with the restaurant thrown in there, but also the true value of the marina, and this was done in August of 2019, is resale value. What we can ask for that marina without the restaurant is $1.6 million. And that was done by a company out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And the real value there, like I said, if you take a look at it, the marina operation is where we make the money. And right now, I'm, saying that we're less than 50% occupied since Hurricane Harvey. And it has been a struggle all the way around for everyone. So I ask a little bit of compassion. And like I said, I will help. I will work any way we can. Every dollar is a dollar off that would help us maintain our business. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Now we go to district closing and protester closing. I've got a couple of questions.
Well, we have our 5 minutes.
So I'll let them do their closing and then I'll ask.
Please.
I have nothing further to say.
Okay, sir, you have 1 minute to close.
I have nothing else to say either. I believe that.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes in which the appraisal review board to deliberate and come up with our answer. So my question is, on January 1st of 2020, how much of your boat barn, like, was it still damaged from the hurricane to where you could not use it? You could
No,
not
the
get
repairs
in?
were made.
Okay.
Okay, but our occupancy was only 119 boats as of January 1st. As of today,
What
it's only
percentage?
like 123.
What percentage is that?
47%.
You take that into consideration?
Yes, there's significant vacancy in these kind of boat storages. It's a premium product.
So what value do you think should?
Prior to Harvey, we were 211 boats. Prior to Hurricane Harvey. In the last 2 years, we have not been able to get out of that 120, 125 range.
I'm asking what value do you think should be placed on the property? Do you think?
I have to go with the price of the property with what the company out of Fort Lauderdale, the brokerage house came up with. I think the 1.6 is in that range.
To be clear, I don't actually disagree with this. I don't disagree with their valuation. They did a good job. The difference is, and interrupt me if I'm wrong, the property owner is, his market value should not include the restaurant, the land, the other things that are not part of the operation of the dry stack, because he doesn't own them. And what I'm saying is, even if I, Eamon Burke, as a person, agree with him, we are not allowed to do that.
So we need to take the 1 point. So here's what I'm thinking. I think we need to take.
We're not disagreeing. We're talking about his market value.
Right.
Includes stuff that's owned by the city of Aransas.
Right. And so I'm thinking what makes me.
Is Eamon done?
Subtract those things out. Okay, go ahead, Ramona. I think
said it's Eamon done, and then it would be our turn to discuss it.
Yeah, we're in our 5 minutes.
All right.
So
what do you say?
What were you thinking, or what are you thinking?
I'm thinking 1.9.
See, I think we need to take the 1.6, and I think we need to subtract out because they're not doing the restaurant, and he doesn't own that. He doesn't own the building. He doesn't own the land. He doesn't own any land.
But the appraiser took that.
What I'm saying.
No, I don't think.
Eamon
Took that out. Might as well take that out. The
commercial appraiser,
restaurant.
Did they include the restaurant?
Yeah, 2.2. Yes, sir.
At 2.2.
It was 1.6 for the marina value.
Oh, okay. So 1.6 is the marine.
Yes. Right here.
Okay.
And 2.12 with the combined price of the wet slips, the restaurant, everything else involved, like Ian said.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, sir. All right. So I mean, I'm thinking 1.6.
I'm thinking 1.9.
Yeah, I'm more with Ramona. 1.6 would be less than the 2019 value.
Eamon offered him 2.2.
Yes.
And he, I see this 1.6. I also see that it needs to go up some from last year, but I'm not thinking the 2.2.
Well, see, and Amon had to offer him the 2.2 because that's what the numbers, when you entered them in, that's what. So I think the 2.2 is too high. This is one of those weird, because he doesn't own.
She said 1.9.
I think that's too high. I would do 1.8 at the most.
I can live with 1.9.
I say 1.8.
Kathy?
Either one, I'm fine with.
How about 1.85?
You couldn't manipulate those prices.
I can't change how the property is described or assessed or inventory. There's regulations about what we're doing.
That's what.
When your value that you apply here at this hearing is a single number that exists independent of anything else in the universe.
So
it's one opinion of market value.
But he has to do whatever the numbers prove out to. We can come up with a number
of what you think the market value should be.
And
I'm okay with 1.9.
What about 1.85?
We'll do 1.85.
I'm good with that.
That's fine.
Okay, so on account number 70828, I make them on the property, okay, 70828, where the appraisal district had a value of $6,163,270. And taking into consideration the incorrect appraised market value, I make a motion that we lower that value for 2020 to $1,850,000.
One second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you all very much for your time
Okay.
and consideration.
Thank you for your participation.
Because like you say, it is kind of a really weird setup down there between the city and the county and where everything we go. They just switched. Last year, they took us out of San Pat County and put the restaurant in Aransas County. And I mean, there's things moving all the time down there.
Okay, so will you fill out the survey, please?
Yes.
That helps us get feedback.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Thanks for coming.
So we have one more.
Oh my gosh.
I've had meetings with people who
Are we doing the other one tomorrow?
We're doing it today.
Will you tell Val I need an affidavit?
Hold up. I think we're not.
They went to the dump.
They went to the dump.
Shows where we rate.
We have letters.
Yeah.
Yes, we do have letters.
Are there
I'm sorry.
also, or
Do you
just
want me to read them?
Yeah. Can you?
Yes, I can read them.
You can read?
I'll show Mr. Moore out, and Mike's gonna come back for this portion. So I will be right back. And yes, those are for signature.
there are a number of properties in ours and every other county that are owned by taxing units that have tenants. And there was a specification made, I don't remember if it was this year or last year, that the value of their land was to be set at whatever their lease rate is. So it doesn't matter if they're on $1 million worth of airfield. If their lease rate is $20,000 a year, we just tax them at $20,000.
The city.
Whoever owns it, whoever units applied with. I think that if a public entity has property that they own and they choose to capitalize their asset by renting it to somebody, that's what they chose as the best way to do things with it. And if they,
Shouldn't they
That's
pay
gonna
pay
bring
the
one
taxes
more.
on it?
there should
Yeah,
be
the
no
last
taxes
one.
on it. It doesn't make any sense that, I think that if people were allowed to rent these things and work, giving property taxes and work,
Thank you so much.
all these other things, there'd probably be stuff in Conroe.
Well, this is.
That's the most complicated
This is
thing.
this week.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very.
Different counties.
Oh my God,
and
it's like,
edits
this
them
is
all,
this.
Owns it, uses it, rents it, and blah, blah.
It's very unusual.
He sounds to me like he gets screwed.
Think is what?
Screwed.
He really does. He's getting double.
Like triple.
taxed, yeah.
So now why did Aransas County get that instead of San Patricia? Is that part of the part that got annexed by us?
It's in Aransas County.
So it's not
But
new
it-
that
You
we're
could do
the
the fire,
town.
you, right,
Wonderful.
Oh, okay,
San
so
Patricia.
he
the
said
fire
something
tablet
about
was
San
wrong.
I did
Patricia
it. Right.
County.
That's what I thought he said.
Oh, I don't know what he's saying about the rent.
He was saying that
Talking about
part of
Alaska.
it gets taxed by, or
We're talking about Alaska.
yeah,
Who was saying that he gets a bill from,
San Patricia.
their assessor collects for API.
Does that even know?
Because of the school
The
tax.
shape of the
Hello.
jurisdiction.
I gave the letters.
Got
The
it.
school district
Oh,
bounds,
okay.
our jurisdiction is the county.
Cindy, you have
But we
letters.
appraise for everybody in the county.
Cindy, you have
Yes.
letters.
Yes, dear.
Look at it.
All right, Charlie.
Remember, you're the only thing between me and the Scotch.
Charlie. This is important. Okay.
Scott.
This is from Kimberly Moreland, dated yesterday, Monday, late protest request. Appraisal Review Board, owner ID 8818034. I'm writing to you because we are technically past the appeal date. Yes. We purchased a property in Rockport right before the pandemic. We were stuck in Colorado after closing, then finally made it to Rockport in April. Unbeknownst to us, the notice of protest went out to our Colorado address. I spoke to Mike in your office in early June, and he explained the PIN code I needed to sign in, and protest was on the form that I did not have. Well, here I am back in Colorado with the form and just registered in hopes that you would accept a late protest. In any case, here is our concern. In our research prior to buying, we found the existing property to be improved and that no exemptions had been filed. We found this information on your website and then confirmed with the developer that this was an older home and not unimproved property, that this was an older home and not unimproved property. We were shocked that we went from an appraisal district value of $555,000 to $808,760 upon closing. This jump has a significant financial impact when budgeting expenses for a purchase. We feel as though we had been tricked. When I questioned this over the phone, I was advised that there was a developer discount applied to many properties in the area. While I'm not exposed to such a discount for large entities, it is a misrepresentation to not have it notated anywhere for consumers or real estate professionals to see. While we expect a slight increase from year to year, we never expected this and would have reconsidered the purchase and weighed other options.
Where is the house?
Please let me
This is
know
supposed to
if our
say
appeal is
personal.
accepted and what we do next. Owner, property,
What's the,
there isn't one.
Kathy, do they, do you know when there's a developer, discount on a piece of property?
Do you as a real estate agent know when a developer has bought the property and gotten that special?
Not necessarily, no.
You don't know that when you are representing that house?
Because you don't know what the deal was between buyer and the developer. They don't tell you that.
She means on their taxes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just curious because it would seem like information that would be pertinent to the sale.
Well, because wouldn't you have noticed that in that area, the property has been appraised for much
I mean,
more?
you're adjudicating the case.
Before they close.
Yeah, no, I was just asking a question.
Okay. The objective here is just to decide whether we're gonna give them a hearing. And I don't think they deserve a hearing. If they can't keep their addresses straight, that's a personal problem.
Or do you want her to fix where she?
Yeah, she went back and forth, and she was never in the place where.
Yeah, give it to Val.
Because she was told she needed to get the. But I say no.
Yeah, I agree.
What was the, I'm sorry, what
I
was?
said no, we don't.
So you want to make a motion, Cindy?
I make a motion that, on the request from Kimberly Moreland, owner ID 8818034, property ID 0701 002 011 000. So I don't know what the property ID really is, or account number.
I bet it's in.
I make a motion that we do not grant a hearing for the 2020 year.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's the board will have to.
Okay, next.
I don't know. Okay. American Ad Valorem Tax Consultants. Notice of protest to whom it may concern. I'm reaching out about an account that was mistakenly not printed on our list for protest. We intended to include the highlighted account Vandalay Associates PID number 44157. It seems the printable area excluded the account. We are asking that you please open this account for protest. We appreciate all your assistance with this matter. If you have any questions or need further assistance, please do not hesitate. Sincerely, Hope Schooling.
This is a
But-
professional organization. They left something off.
Right.
I mean, that's.
Well, see, because what they attached is a spreadsheet, but I'm not sure what it's showing me because they're saying, and you can see this yellow line across the bottom.
Right.
They're saying that
I know exactly what happened.
I'm reaching out, not printed on our list for protest.
This was their original protest. You didn't end it. I mean, Excel, it
If
looks like an
they're looking
Excel.
at something on a screen, they click print, but the print area was not set correctly and it cut some of it off. It's like they should have caught that. That's just a clerical error on their part, so.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
there's other things that are much more important in my mind than that. So I make a motion that we do not grant a hearing for the property at Vandalay Associates PID number 44157 through Hope Choulet with American Ad Valorem Tax Consultants.
One second.
All in favor?
The next one is an email chain. It isn't addressed to the appraisal review board. But the last thing the property owner asked was if I couldn't reschedule to please talk to someone who could. So Mike, you and I talked about that one. And,
Yeah, do you have it in front of you?
Cindy has it.
Okay.
Are you talking about Hill House?
Yes.
Okay. So this is from George Hillhouse, sent Thursday, July 2nd. Notice of hearing, waiver, and ACAD evidence. June 26th. So actually, this is from June 26th. Val, I think, yes, Val sent to Mr. Hillhouse. At the present time, I am only scheduling out to late July. The appraisal review board sets the hearing dates and schedules. We assist in the scheduling portion only. Oh, wait, okay, that's the, sorry, here, I'm sorry, because you know how they're stacked. So here's the beginning one, I believe. June 21.
Still on the back of that first page too.
Oh, God. Does it start with this last one first? That's what I'm just having. See, because this is the last one on June 24th. See, and then here's the 26th, and then here's the 2nd. So
then
how did this even start? Okay, this is all just things saying it's covered, so it would be this last one. Thank you for taking my call this morning. Why are you thanking him?
Okay, so he was going to sign a 15-day waiver and have his hearing set. That was the first. I said, please sign and return. And then his response to that was over here.
Oh, he must have sent in a protest request.
Yes, he sent in a timely protest request.
Okay, and then on the 24th of June, you sent him an email saying, thank you for taking my call this morning, so I guess y'all talk. As we discussed, I have attached the notice of hearing and the district's evidence in one PDF, along with the 15-day waiver that needs to be signed and returned in order to proceed with this hearing date. Can send to this email. Okay, so then he says, Val, and this was on the 26th, so 2 days later. Thanks for the information. I need to request a postponement of my hearing until mid-August or later.
That's where the whole concern and or question comes to the board.
My appraiser is updating the appraisal on 1886 Bayshore Drives and needs the additional time. Thanks, George. Then she said on June 20, she answered him immediately back, okay, Mr. Hillhouse, at this present time, I'm only scheduling out to late July. The appraisal review board sets the hearing dates and schedules. We assist in the scheduling portion only. The appraisal review board has an obligation to hear cases in a timely fashion. Thank you. Then Val, this is July 2nd, I didn't understand the response. If you cannot make the decision to reschedule the hearing date, please forward my request to someone at the appraisal district who can. Thanks, George Hillhouse. Okay, well, I'm sorry. If I want to write a book and come up with a million things and need a year to do it,
I think his request is somewhat unreasonable. We're supposed to run everything around his schedule and his appraiser schedule.
July 20th is and I don't know if we've had to extend it because of this pandemic.
Let me say this, since we're bringing up the July thing. I have to leave the state from the 19th to the 24th. So I will be gone that whole week.
Okay, Ramona.
But I still think we'll have enough people. But so right now, because we had kind of discussed because of the pandemic that we may have to do some of these later than July 20th, but we don't schedule those hearings. We don't. It's just
not that much later.
No, it's just the hearing on the 20th. And then if, because of, they get an extra reschedule and because of us, we aren't able to fit it in, then we'll do one or two, but it's not like 3 months later, okay, when it's convenient.
And we don't do it for their convenience so much, I mean, we do, but he's already saying, I want to wait till August for my appraiser.
No, I think we should turn it down.
No, he does have the right to a hearing. Did you grant?
That was part of the problem. We granted him a hearing date and sent the information to him. We got it returned from the post office. That was why I contacted him and said, this is your hearing date. If you would be willing to do it on this date, I will send you everything now. And at first he was agreeable to it, but then he said, no, so he actually hasn't, this isn't even really a postponement. We just need to get his first hearing done.
So why did it get returned?
There was a barcode on the return address label and the post office sent back to us.
I don't know what that means.
Well, that's the most reasonable explanation. The post office can't say exactly why, but they think that's it. When the return address labels were printed for our envelopes, a barcode was put on there in error. Should not have been a barcode at all. The postal reader read the barcode. And it came back to us.
So it doesn't matter whose fault it is. Our hearing dates are through July 20th.
Well, maybe a little bit later because of the COVID thing, but you just ultimately have to decide whether you want to grant a hearing in mid-August or later, or you just want to schedule him at the next available point.
Where are we now?
We're scheduling for July 27th.
7th, 7/27?
Yes.
July
Okay,
2.
now, if you want us to be scheduled in the period of time you're scheduling, I would probably be acceptable to that, but waiting for this other appraisal to mid-August, no.
But I do want, so how far are we gonna keep going out?
Well, we had a meeting where we said we would go ahead and have hearings until the 30th, correct?
Of July.
Of July.
We amended the ARB calendar.
So I think, to be fair, if we know we're gonna be, he's requested,
I would say July 27th, but I don't feel like we should have to go to whatever he wants.
Val, I will just make a point that, we still have 500 or 600. We still have our 500 or 600 that are not scheduled.
But is that our fault or their fault?
No, it's nobody's fault. It's just a matter. Yeah, and so we're scheduling to July 27th. This made me a moot point because we're scheduling July 27th right now. So really, he's talking mid-August. He's talking of another 2 weeks after that. It may end up that we end up scheduling that way anyway. We just needed to because he requested something that's normally outside of the timeline, we just wanted to bring it to your attention. You could table it if you want.
I think that I have to say that I think he should be scheduled right now.
Yeah, if he can meet the schedule that Val gives him, I don't think that's a
Yeah.
That's it.
I don't think it's unreasonable.
Give him a date.
Okay, because this is not a reschedule, this is his first. So he still has the opportunity to reschedule.
Yes.
Without any foul.
Yeah.
Okay, so as long as he still has that, then, and just explain. We have to cut this off.
All right.
So I make a motion
Table.
that, no, we have to tell her, I make a motion that Val sets a hearing date now, and either he can make it or he can reschedule.
Hearing date prior to July 30th.
Yes.
Correct.
No, it's up to July 30th.
Yes, that's what the ARB has on their calendar right now.
So I made that motion that you do that. Is there a
Okay.
second?
Second. In favor? Aye.
Did you?
I did.
Okay, and then you said to schedule on the 30th for him, or
Up
what's
to,
available?
Up to the 30th.
All right, and there is one more letter that came in, just now. So instead of 3, we have 4.
No, wait, what is this?
Oh, that was just, that was what I showed you with the other.
Okay,
test.
okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. This is from Shauna Habib. And it's a protest mistake. Dear Appraisal Review Board, in an attempt to protest my taxes on account number 23241, I inadvertently protested the personal property instead, which is account number 8821075. I have only one cottage completed at this time, the same as was at this time last year. And no progress has been made on the additional cottage due to a restriction made by the homeowners association that I'm trying to resolve with them. Please respectfully consider allowing me to continue a protest on the property on account number 23241. This mistake could have been avoided had I been allowed access to someone in the office. The office was closed due to COVID. And when I called, the person told me the protest must be done online. I was not given an option to speak with an appraiser. Respectfully, Shauna Brader. So I think what she's asking is, I guess she has more than one property and she turned in the wrong account number.
Correct. We can have personal property that is the same address as real property. They are 2 separate accounts.
What's the, give me the second number, the 88 what number?
8821075.
210.
75.
That is correct.
And it's the same address?
It's the same address. There's one is 114 Holiday Boulevard. The other one's 114 Holiday Boulevard. And one is a short-term rental business personal property account, and the other is a property account.
We've heard this case already or not yet?
No.
No, you have, the only one that was protested was a business personal property account, and that's what she's telling you that she meant to, I think she meant to protest the real property account.
And I would say,
So she's never physically submitted a protest.
Yeah, she did.
She did, okay.
she did, and we haven't heard it yet. We haven't heard it yet. But what she's saying is that she went in and did it online, and that, she did the wrong one. And normally I would say, no way, Jose, because this certainly isn't worse than some of the other things that we've heard and not done them. But I did go online and try to do an online deal because I just wanted to see what it involved, okay, and what it said, what the forms looked like and all of that. And I have to tell you, it was.
But don't you think she called? Think about this. She called. She could have asked to speak to an appraiser.
But she says.
She said she did.
She said. Okay.
She wasn't given that option, is what she said.
We haven't heard this.
But she could have requested it.
Fix the clerical error and we'll hear her case. I mean, we're gonna hear something anyway.
Well,
And that if they didn't have, wait a minute, if they didn't have the same address, I'm just telling you, it was just difficult. And if y'all haven't gone on and looked at those forms, okay? And I'm not gonna hold my feet to the fire on this. I'm just saying, okay? Because I normally would say no. But
just a piece of information, both of these accounts were protested last year.
Did we hear them last year?
They both were protested last year, meaning they were both informal accounts, meaning she came and spoke to somebody. And
but she didn't go before us. did
no,
she?
one was a settlement waiver and the other one was a late rendition settlement waiver. So
I mean, and I'll go with the, you know, I am not whatever, but.
I don't know. I mean, she's done this before. She knows what the numbers are. She should know what numbers she's dealing with.
Ramona, what do you think?
I would agree, yeah.
Well, and she knows the procedure.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, she talked to somebody last year. Like I said, she could have asked for an appraiser. She spoke with one last year and had a settlement.
So she knows the ropes. I say no.
Yeah, I'll change my mind. Yeah, I'll say no.
I'm having a hard time on this one.
Well,
Because there's two things that go to this one address. And no, I haven't gone online and tried filing online. I mean, I just didn't.
The thing is, she did it last year. She knows what the numbers mean. She knows what the account.
And she was late on her rendition last year.
Yeah, I mean, it's not new news.
She was late on her rendition?
Yeah, that's what Mike said.
I agree, let's.
Okay, yeah, are you okay with that?
I'm
Ramona?
wishy-washy.
Huh?
I'm wishy-washy today for some reason.
She's wishy-washy.
It's not just this account.
Give me a one way or the other.
I have to agree. You know, she knows the ropes.
She should know the ropes.
Yeah.
We don't.
Okay, so I make a motion on that protest that, because she didn't say that she by mistake entered the wrong number, that she I'm just trying to think, I'm just making sure. She didn't transpose any numbers. Okay, so, on this one from Shanna Brader that, she should have realized the property numbers, and double checked it. So I make a motion that we don't allow her to change the property that she brings to protest.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
So I can't be there tomorrow afternoon. Is everybody else gonna be there?
I'll be here.
Oh, and I think we have an update to the schedule. Beth, you looked, and it looks like the morning of the 9th is clear. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
Yeah, we have an agent scheduled and they're all settled.
They're all what? Oh, settled.
Is that?
That would be Thursday, this coming Thursday, in the morning only.
So we don't come in until 1:30?
Correct. We'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure that,
On the 9th,
yes.
but tomorrow we're here at
Tomorrow should
8:30.
be full.
Tomorrow's a full day, 8:30, and then we have Saturday, the 11th. where we'll be coming in at 9 on Saturday.
I cannot be here on Saturday. I have to work that morning.
I'll be here.
I'll be here.
I'll be here.
I'll be with Ramona.
I know, I was gonna say,
Allowed.
Yeah, I'm not
Can
allowed.
I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion.
All in
I'll
favor?
second that.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Amen.
See you guys in the morning.
And we